Chapter 829. You were beaten? Because of what? Did you have a grudge with them? Li Chongqing asked. There were many grudges and grudges in the sect. It was normal for there to be conflicts between disciples. No. Bai Chuan shook his head. Then why did they beat you? Because I said I'm Mr. Li's man. They beat and kicked me. What? This surprised Li Chongqing. What happened? Tell me in detail. It turned out that when Li Chongqing said Bai Chuan would follow him in the future, he was his man. This Bai Chuan was just an ordinary disciple in the sect. His status was relatively low. Therefore, when he was outside, he excitedly told others that he was a new guest elder and that he would have a backer in the future. Who knew that his words would be overheard by a disciple passing by? The disciple directly came up to him and beat him up, saying that a foreign guest elder was worthy of his pride and shame. You didn't fight back? Li Chongqing was puzzled. As far as he knew, this Bai Chuan was also an inner disciple. His status was not lower than the other party. He entered the sect earlier than me, I couldn't beat him. Moreover, he is Yang Ye's younger brother, how would I dare to provoke him? If I fought back, it wouldn't be as simple as getting beaten up. Who is Yang Yi? Li Chongqing furrowed his brows. Although this Bai Chuan had only followed him for a short period of time, he was still his man. Before beating a dog, one has to look at its master. Bai Chuan being beaten up was the same as looking down on him, Li Chongqing. Yang Yi is a true disciple of Cloud Dynasty sect. He has an innate fire spiritual root and is one of the most promising candidates to inherit the position of sect master. After Bai Chuan finished speaking, Li Chongqing understood. No wonder, how could an inner disciple dare to provoke a true disciple? Daring to beat you, let's go, I'll help you. Li Chongqing pulled Bai Chuan and walked outside. Mr. Li, you can't. It's not worth it for me. Bai Chuan hurriedly persuaded from behind. Li Chongqing ignored him. Walking out of the valley, several supreme elders and Taoist Master Zishan were waiting for him. Taoist Zishan had been paying close attention to the happenings in the valley. Once Li Chongqing transcended the earthly immortal tribulation, the status of Cloud Dynasty sect within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles would skyrocket. However, the lightning tribulation was clearly about to gather, but it suddenly dispersed. He was very puzzled. Did something happen to Mr. Li during his closed-door cultivation? Just now, I sensed the lightning tribulation, but it disappeared. Hearing Reverend Zishan's words, Li Chongqing shook his head. Nothing happened, it's just that it's not the right time yet. Could it be that Mr. Li is afraid that something might go wrong during the lightning tribulation? Taoist Zishan thought that she understood the meaning behind Li Chongqing's words. After all, although the lightning tribulation was an opportunity, and passing it would allow one to reach another realm, it was also a danger. If one failed to pass it, one could lose their life at any time. That's not it. Li Chongqing shook his head. It's just that I feel that my foundation is not solid enough. So that's how it is. Taoist Zishan let out a long sigh of relief. Unknowingly, he began to worry about Li Chongqing. Ever since Li Chongqing agreed to become a guest elder of Cloud Dynasty sect, his relationship with Cloud Dynasty sect was closely linked. Mr. Li, where are you going? Taoist Zishan asked. I'm going to take a stroll around. Originally, if he told Taoist Zishan about Bai Chuan's matter, Taoist Zishan would naturally make the decision. However, Bai Chuan was one of his own people, there was no need for others to make the decision. Since there's nothing else, then I'm relieved. I'll take my leave first. Taoist Zishan returned to his residence. Under Bai Chuan's lead, Li Chongqing arrived at the back mountain of Cloud Dynasty sect. At this moment, Elder Xiong Yujing was giving a lecture. Among the crowd, Li Chongqing saw Chen Linger. Seeing Li Chongqing appear, Xiong Yujing also stood up and greeted. Guest Elder Li. Originally, the guest elders and elders of Cloud Dynasty sect had the same status, but Li Chongqing was different. Sect Master Zishan had clearly stated in front of everyone that Li Chongqing's status was equal to him. Therefore, the 5 elders were one level lower than Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing sat down on the side and didn't disturb Xiong Yujing's lecture. Bai Chuan pointed at a man in red clothes in the crowd with his head lowered and said, "Mr. Li, he's the one who hit me, Yang Wu." Li Chongqing nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Half an hour later, the lecture ended. Xiong Yujing came over to greet Li Chongqing, then turned and left. Chen Linger also came over, but her tone was clearly a bit reserved. "Greetings, guest elderly. Just call me Li Chongqing." Li Chongqing smiled faintly. Chen Linger let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, Yang Wu was about to leave with a group of people surrounding him. Li Chongqing signaled to Bai Chuan next to him. Bai Chuan immediately understood and walked over to block the way. Yang Wu's face suddenly showed a bit of a sneer. "What? Kid, you didn't get beaten up enough just now, you want to be beaten up again?" Saying so, he rolled up his sleeves. Bai Chuan's face showed a bit of fear. At this time, Li Chongqing coldly said, "Why don't you try hitting him again?" Yang Wu looked at Li Chongqing without any fear. He chuckled and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the new guest elder. What? You want to make a decision for him? You really think you're a big shot? This is Cloud Dynasty sect, you're just an outsider. My brother is the chief disciple, Yang Yi. Don't look for trouble." Pa. Li Chongqing twitched the corner of his mouth, then waved his hand and turned it into a handprint, slapping on Yang Wu's cheek. Yang Wu flew out like a kite with a broken string and hit a nearby pillar. When he fell to the ground, he spat out blood from his mouth. Everyone was stunned by the sudden attack. Xiong Yujing, who had just walked a short distance away, suddenly stopped and turned around with a stunned expression on his face. "I don't care who your brother is the king of heaven. You can't touch my Li Chongqing's people." Li Chongqing directly went to the place where Yang Wu fell, grabbed his collar and pulled him up. He raised his palm and slapped him a dozen times on his cheek. Pa 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 pa. Yang Wu's flesh and blood flew out, and his teeth fell out. His whole head was swollen, and no one could see his human appearance. Kneel in front of Bai Chuan and kowtow to him to apologize. Li Chongqing let go of Yang Wu's neck. He sat on the ground with a plop, but his eyes were still full of resentment. "If you don't kneel, I'll kill you." Li Chongqing stared at Yang Wu, and suddenly a chill spread in Yang Wu's heart. He originally thought that Li Chongqing would absolutely not dare to kill him, but feeling this strong killing intent, he was not sure. Kneel or not? Li Chongqing raised his hand again. Yang Wu's body trembled, and he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of Bai Chuan. "Humph! Trash!" Li Chongqing raised his foot and kicked Yang Wu to the side. "Bai Chuan, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, tell me, and I'll make him pay the price." Li Chongqing's ferocious appearance made everyone in the field gasp. Not far away, Xiong Yujing sighed and shook his head. Chapter 830. Ling I'll take my leave first. You can find me in the valley if you need anything. Li Chongqing smiled at Chen Ling and left with Bai Chuan. Back in the valley, Bai Chuan bowed deeply to Li Chongqing. His face was filled with gratitude. "Mr. Li, thank you for helping me vent my anger." "It's nothing. I've said it before. You're my man. By the way, I notice that your cultivation is a bit low these days. I'll teach you a cultivation method that suits you." After saying that, he tapped on Bai Chuan's forehead. Suddenly, Bai Chuan's body trembled, and his face was filled with excitement. Plop! He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Li Chongqing. "I'll remember Mr. Li's grace of rebirth." Although Bai Chuan's aptitude wasn't high, he had been an outer disciple of Cloud Dynasty sect for 3 years. He still had some knowledge. The cultivation method that Li Chongqing taught him was much more profound than the one he cultivated. Get up. As long as you help me, what's the big deal? Li Chongqing said lightly. Indeed, for him, this was just a casual matter. At this moment, a pretty figure appeared in front of the wooden house. It was Chun Ling. Ling, why are you here? A slight smile appeared on Li Chongqing's face. Sit inside. No need. Chun Ling frowned slightly, and her face was a bit ugly. What's wrong? Li Chongqing stared at Chun Ling. Her expression was a bit strange. You beat up Yang Wu, and he went to his brother to complain. Yang Yi wanted to seek justice for him, and said that he's coming to find trouble with you. So it's about this. Li Chongqing smiled indifferently. If he wants to come, then so be it. I don't even put the sect Master Zishan in my eyes, let alone a true disciple. No, you can't be careless. I heard that Yang Yi has a very powerful magic weapon called the Demon Suppressing Sword. He wants to use it to deal with you. I heard from the disciples in the sect that the magic weapon is very powerful. Demon Suppressing Sword. Li Chongqing looked at Bai Chuan. Chun Ling had just arrived at the Cloud Dynasty sect, so she didn't know much about the Cloud Dynasty sect. But Bai Chuan had been in the Cloud Dynasty sect for 3 years. If many of the disciples knew, then he should know as well. Sure enough, Bai Chuan's face froze. Mister, this time you really can't be careless. This demon-suppressing sword is a super powerful magic weapon that the previous sect master brought back from outside. Although it is not my Cloud Dynasty sect's sect treasure, it is more powerful than the sect treasure Cloud Pattern Mirror. However, it is said that the suppressing devil sword itself is a demonic weapon and has a very strong demonic nature. The previous sect leader was unable to subdue the demonic nature of the suppressing devil sword and entered the demonic path. In the end, he was killed by several Taishang elders and several nearby second-grade sect. Since then, the suppressing devil sword has become a taboo of the Cloud Dynasty sect. It does not belong to anyone. Unless the Cloud Dynasty sect is in a life-and-death situation, no one is allowed to use it. So that's how it is. Li Chongqing recalled the day when he fought with Daoist Zishan in the main hall. In the end, Daoist Zishan ran outside. It seemed like she wanted to take something and fight with Li Chongqing. However, she was restrained by Li Chongqing and didn't have time to use the suppressing devil sword. It's okay. It's not like I don't have powerful magic weapons. Li Chongqing smiled. He now had the Wishful Heart Sword and the Ardent Dragon Spear, these 2 powerful magic weapons. He also had the Mountain and River Ruler, as well as the mysterious seal he obtained from the Zhen Wu secret territory. Except for the Wishful Heart Sword, which was relatively low level, the other few magic weapons were more mysterious than the previous one. The Ardent Dragon Spear was needless to say. In the hands of Li Chongqing, it had become a sharp weapon against his enemies. The Mountain and River Ruler was also a treasure weapon. Seeing Li Chongqing full of confidence, Chun Ling and Bai Chuan's faces were full of worry. They were not as cheerful as Li Chongqing. At this time, a loud noise came from outside. Surnamed Li, you dare to injure my little brother. Quickly come out and accept your death. The voice resounded in all directions. Li Chongqing naturally knew that Yang Wu's elder brother, Yang Yi, had come. Let's go out and have a look. Walking to the entrance of the valley, he saw that there were already many people outside. The leader was a young disciple dressed in purple. He carried a red long sword on his back. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his body was full of murderous aura. Beside him, there were 9 young people with the same extraordinary temperament. In terms of strength, they were a little weaker than him. However, among the younger generation, they were definitely regarded as elite. The top 10 true disciples have actually come. Bai Chuan's face had already turned pale. This Yang Yi has a top-grade innate fire spirit root. He has a very high prestige in the sect. Now that the 9 true disciples have appeared with him, it is also a kind of attitude. No wonder he dared to take the devil-suppressing sword. Even if the sect master blames him, the 9 true disciples will shoulder it with him. He won't be punished too much. Bai Chuan analyzed. You are Li Chongxing? Seeing Li Chongxing appear, Yang Yi pointed at Li Chongxing and asked. I am a guest personally appointed by Taoist Zishan. I am on the same level as the sect master. As a junior, you don't salute me and instead point at me. You really don't know the rules. Li Chongxing coldly snorted. You hit my brother. I want your life. You still dare to talk to me about the rules? Yang Yi coldly said. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. The corners of Li Chongxing's mouth suddenly curled up. With just you? Yang Ye's voice had just faded. Li Chongxing raised his palm and waved it out. But a crisp sound rang out. A transparent palm print directly hit Yang Ye's cheek. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his head and fell to the ground from the side. The scene was silent. No one had expected that Li Chongxing would actually make a move without hesitation. Yang Yi was a true disciple of the sect, the next candidate for the sect master of the Cloud Dynasty sect. I want you to die. Yang Yi quickly got up from the ground. One of his cheeks was already swollen. He raised his hand and pulled out the sword on his back and directly slashed at Li Chongxing. The moment he pulled out the sword, one could see traces of red light spreading from the sword into his body. Bang! However, just as he rushed to Li Chongxing's side, he was kicked away again by Li Chongxing. However, this time, he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he instantly rose from the ground. His entire hair turned purplish red, like a raging flame. His eyes turned blood red, and a violent and cruel aura spread out from his body. Not good. He seems to have turned into a demon. Everyone's expression changed. The demon-suppressing sword had a demonic nature, so even the sect master, Taoist Zishan, didn't dare to use it easily. Although Yang Yi was young and had extraordinary strength, he was still lacking. Just now, he was slapped by Li Chongxing and lost his mind. He was instantly affected by the demonic nature. Die for me. With a long shout, the sword in his hand instantly became hundreds of feet long and slashed in the direction of Li Chongxing. The violent aura alarmed the entire Cloud Dynasty sect. From afar, several figures quickly rushed over. You're crazy. You dare to steal the suppressing demon sword? It was the voice of Taoist Zishan. Beside her were 2 grand elders and 5 elders. Unfortunately, they appeared too late. Yang Ye's sword was already slashing towards Li Chongxing's head. The power of the suppressing demon's sword actually made the entire mountain tremble. Chapter 831. Once senior brother Yang enters the demonic path, I'm afraid he won't be able to return. These people listened to Yang Ye's words and came together to help Yang Yi deal with Li Chongxing. But now they were all at a loss. Once the demonic nature of the demon-suppressing sword invaded them, they would become a devil that everyone wanted to kill. The fate of the previous Cloud Dynasty sect's sovereign was a lesson learned. At this moment, Yang Ye's strength was terrifyingly strong. Not to mention these true disciples, even the Cloud Dynasty sect's sovereign, Taoist Master Zishan, felt a burst of fear. The sword light had already descended. Many people couldn't help but turn their heads to the side. In their opinion, under this sword, Li Chongxing wouldn't be able to survive. Qinling and Bai Chuan's eyes were filled with despair. This sword not only enveloped Li Chongxing, but also the 2 of them. Under this sword light, their hearts had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. It's over. Taoist Master Zishan had already approached, but it was already too late. However, in the next moment, amidst a loud boom, a beam of golden light clashed with the purple sword light. A spear shadow blocked all the attacks and soared into the sky, flying directly in Yang Ye's direction. It was Li Chongxing. He actually broke the attack of the demon-suppressing sword. Everyone's eyes were looking at the sky, their faces were filled with disbelief. Holding the demon-suppressing sword, Yang Ye's face was filled with astonishment, but then it was replaced by madness. At this moment, his emotions were completely controlled by the demon-suppressing sword. Once again, he swung the sword towards Li Changxing. "Break for me!" The ardent dragon spear in Li Changxing's hand released 10,000 rays of light, directly colliding with the demon-suppressing sword. "Ah!" A mournful scream came from the sky. The Cloud Dynasty sect's disciples below all covered their ears, revealing a painful expression. The scream didn't come from Yang Ye's mouth, but from the demon-suppressing sword. Streaks of red mist condensed into a blurry figure, which suddenly flew into Yang Ye's body. Not good. This time, Yang Ye's body is completely controlled by the thing inside the demon-suppressing sword. Yang Yi has truly entered the demonic path. Taoist Master Zishan exclaimed. Back then, the previous headmaster of the Cloud Dynasty sect was his master. When he fell into the demonic state, a red light entered his body and he completely lost his consciousness. This suppressing devil sword really is suppressing a devil, but so what if it's suppressing a devil? Li Changxing clenched the ardent dragon spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Rumble! A violent roar resounded through the sky. In the next second, the golden light directly penetrated his body. Yang Ye's body fell from the sky, and the demonic shadow also separated from Yang Ye's body. That devil-suppressing sword actually flew up by itself, releasing 10,000 sword beams that enveloped Li Changxing. "You're courting death." Li Changxing unfolded the ardent dragon spear in his hand. Golden light shot out in all directions, forming a law domain. The sword light simply couldn't break through his defense. When the sword light weakened, Li Changxing suddenly rushed towards the devil-suppressing sword, and actually grabbed the sword hilt in his hand. "No!" Taoist Master Zishan and the two supreme elders exclaimed. As long as the devil-suppressing sword came into physical contact with someone, it could affect the sword wielder's mind. The previous headmaster of the Cloud Dynasty sect was already an Earth immortal, but he still couldn't suppress it. Sure enough, when Li Changxing grabbed the devil-suppressing sword, a strange cry sounded in his mind. There was a red light that wanted to rush into his body. "You're courting death," Li Changxing coldly snorted. True martial god slaying chapter activated, condensing into a small golden sword and piercing into the depths of the red light. "Ah!" That red light let out a shrill cry, and wanted to return to the devil-suppressing sword. However, Li Changxing's hand actually ignited a ball of flame, which instantly surrounded the devil-suppressing sword. It was the netherworld flame that he obtained from Heaven's stone ancestor. That red light collided with the flame, and let out a shrill cry. This time, not only did it fail to invade Li Changxing's body, it also couldn't return to the devil-suppressing sword. "Break for me!" Li Changxing waved the ardent dragon spear, and pierced into that red light. "Pah!" A crisp sound rang out. That red light constantly twisted under the ardent dragon spear, and finally exploded into a pile of red mist that escaped in all directions. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Changxing continued to urge the netherworld flame, condensing it into a fire dragon that wreaked havoc. In an instant, that red mist was burned to ashes by the fire. The devil-suppressing sword's color also turned from red to black, which should be its original color. The devil-suppressing sword was like its name, it was only used to suppress that demon. "This sword is not bad." Li Changxing touched the black sword body, and his heart was filled with fondness. However, when he saw Taoist Master Zishan and the others looking at him with worry in their eyes, Li Changxing couldn't help but feel awkward. He directly threw the devil-suppressing sword to Taoist Master Zishan. Taoist Master Zishan caught the devil-suppressing sword and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Li." He was really afraid that Li Changxing would seize his devil-suppressing sword. After all, this was something his master brought back. The existence inside the devil-suppressing sword has been erased by me. You can use this sword without any worries. Consider it my compensation for destroying your Cloud Dynasty sect treasure, the Cloud Pattern Mirror. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, he descended from the sky, feeling a little regretful in his heart. After spending so much effort, he didn't get anything in return. Now that the dust had settled, Taoist Master Zishan kept the devil-suppressing sword and looked at the many disciples standing at the entrance of the valley. Plop, plop. With the 9 disciples taking the lead, the other disciples also knelt on the ground. You guys sure have guts. You actually dared to steal the devil-suppressing sword with Yang Yi. If it wasn't for Guest Elder Li's profound Tao that allowed him to kill that demon, you guys would have caused a huge disaster. You will be punished to kneel in the abstinence hall for a month and reflect on your mistake. Thank you, Sect Master. The disciples all kowtowed. After that, Taoist Master Zishan looked at Yang Yi, who was on the ground. Although Li Chongqing's spear pierced through his body, he didn't die. Yang Yi used the devil-suppressing sword without permission. He deserves to die 10,000 times. However, considering that he has contributed a lot to our Cloud Dynasty sect, I will spare him the death penalty. Take him away for treatment first. Yang Yi was Taoist Master Zishan's disciple, and was also listed as the next sect master of Cloud Dynasty sect. Therefore, although he committed such a huge mistake, it was obvious that Taoist Master Zishan only did it for Li Chongqing to see and didn't really intend to punish Yang Yi. This was also the reason why Yang Yi dared to steal the devil-suppressing sword. He knew that his master wouldn't really do anything to him. Hearing the order, the 2 disciples hurriedly carried Yang Yi away for treatment. However, Li Chongqing raised his ardent dragon spear and thrust it forward. A golden light struck Yang Yi's body. Bang! In the midst of the explosion, a deep pit was formed where Yang Yi was standing. Yang Yi's body exploded into a mist of blood. The 2 disciples who were walking towards Yang Yi stiffened. Taoist Master Zishan's face also turned ugly. He used the devil-suppressing sword to take my life, then he deserves to die. Taoist Master Zishan, I know you love your disciple dearly, but this is my principle. After saying that, Li Chongqing turned around and walked towards the wooden house in the valley. Taoist Master Zishan took a deep breath and waved her hand. Her entire person became dispirited. Chapter 832. Taoist Zishan, this Li Chongqing is too arrogant. He actually killed Yang Yi so casually. That was your favorite disciple. An elder had already walked to Taoist Zishan's side and whispered. This time, it was indeed Yang Yi's fault. Don't mention it again. Taoist Zishan sighed. Her entire person seemed to have aged a lot. How could she not be angry about Yang Yi's death? But when she thought of Li Chongqing's methods, she lost her temper, not to mention it was her own disciple who was in the wrong. Everyone disperse. After Taoist Zishan and the elders left, the kneeling disciples finally dared to stand up. Especially the 9 direct disciples, each of them still had lingering fear. A genius like Yang Yi had died just like that. This could be considered as a good lesson for them. In the future, don't provoke this guest elderly. He dared to kill in front of the sect master. Is there anything he doesn't dare to do? The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. This battle had completely established Li Chongqing's prestige in the Cloud Dynasty sect. In the following days, Li Chongqing cultivated in seclusion in the valley. Chen Linger would occasionally visit Li Chongqing, and whenever she had problems with her cultivation, Li Chongqing would always be able to solve them. 3 months later, Chen Linger's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, becoming a direct disciple, standing out among the younger generation. Li Chongqing had also finally solidified his foundation and was preparing to face his lightning tribulation. On this day, Taoist Zishan suddenly came to visit. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for disturbing your cultivation. Is there something you need from me, Taoist Zishan? In the past few days, Taoist Zishan hadn't come to disturb Li Chongqing. Now that she suddenly came, Li Chongqing knew there must be something. Sure enough, Daoist Zishan pondered for a few seconds and said, "It's like this. Recently a country under our Cloud Dynasty sect's rule had a war with another country. The other party had found a strong expert to help them. Our Cloud Dynasty sect had sent a few direct disciples, but they still couldn't change the situation, so I have to personally go down the mountain to resolve this matter. But once I leave, there will be no one to oversee the Cloud Dynasty sect. I hope Mr. can help take care of the sect. Zishan will be grateful." "So it's this matter." Li Chongqing nodded. What he meant by keeping watch was that he was not allowed to leave the Cloud Dynasty sect while Reverend Zishan was away. It was no different from usual. In any case, Li Chongqing was about to transcend the tribulation and would not leave this place for a year and a half. This was just a small matter, so he naturally would not refuse. "Thank you, sir." Daoist Zishan clasped her hands towards Li Chongqing and left. Soon, Li Chongqing saw a few silhouettes disappearing from the sky. He knew that Daoist Zishan and the others had left. These cultivation sects were all worshipped by the countries under them, so they naturally had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting their countries. For example, they could summon clouds and rain in a timely manner, as well as lend a helping hand when the country was in danger. After Daoist Zishan left, Li Chongqing once again entered cultivation. In the past few days, the mountain and river ruler had almost been completely refined by him. It was indeed a treasure, and a top-grade one at that. It was not far from leveling up. On the third day after Daoist Master Zishan left, Chunling ran in frantically. At this moment, Li Chongqing was in seclusion. "Where is Sir Li?" Chunling looked at by Chuan. "Honored guest Li is in seclusion. He said that no one is allowed to disturb him. It seems that he is about to transcend the earth immortal tribulation and is preparing with all his might." Chunling sighed and said, "What should we do?" "What's wrong?" Bai Chuan asked. "Enemies are coming from the front. Our senior brothers can't hold them off for much longer." In front of the Grand Hall of Cloud Dynasty sect, several people shrouded in black robes rushed in. Cloud Dynasty sect's disciples were either dead or injured. "Your ancient devil sect is really despicable. You actually dared to launch a sneak attack while our sect master is not here." After Yang Ye's death, Jiang Yuan, who was promoted to the head disciple, glared at the leader of the black-robed people. "Ha! Your Cloud Dynasty sect and my ancient devil sect have been opposing each other for so many years. This time, our sect master finally came up with a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now that your sect master is not here, we will flatten your Cloud Dynasty sect today. Black Robe, for what you have done today, when our sect master returns, he will definitely kill his way to your ancient devil sect and make you pay a heavy price." Jiang Yuan said loudly. "Ha! Old Zishan, we have already sent someone to deal with him. Do you think he can still return to Cloud Dynasty sect alive?" Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Yuan's face instantly turned pale. The other party came prepared. Is Cloud Dynasty sect going to be destroyed in their hands today? That's right. Before our sect master left, he told us to find guest elderly if we need anything. Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something. Because Li Chongqing was not a member of Cloud Dynasty sect, Jiang Yuan did not think of Li Chongqing. "Quickly go and invite guest elderly," Jiang Yuan shouted to his junior brothers behind him. Junior sister Chunling has already gone to invite him. But she heard that guest elderly is in seclusion, so she did not dare to disturb him. Bullshit. At this time, my Cloud Dynasty sect is about to be destroyed. How can I care about this? The leader of the black-robed people sneered. What guest elder? Zishan Daoist and the two grand elders are not here. Even if the heavenly emperor came, it would be useless. At this moment, the black-robed people were constantly approaching. Cloud Dynasty sect's people had already retreated to the front of the main hall. Many of the weaker disciples were trembling in fear. These black-robed people were too terrifying. Jiang Yuan wiped the cold sweat on his head. Guest Elder Li is not a coward and does not dare to come out, right? Sure enough, he is not a member of Cloud Dynasty sect. We can't count on him. Yes. If he doesn't come out, our Cloud Dynasty sect will be destroyed. At this time, Chen Ling finally could not help but want to knock on the door. But she saw the door open, and Li Chongxing in a green robe walked out. Chen Ling felt that Li Chongxing seemed to be a little different from the Li Chongxing she saw before. But what was different she could not tell at the moment. Ling why are you looking for me? Li Chongxing asked. The people of Ancient Devil Sect came to attack Cloud Dynasty Sect. Senior brother can't hold them off. I came to ask Mr. Li for help. Chen Ling's face was anxious. Okay, take me to see. Li Chongxing went out of the valley and walked towards the main hall. Along the way, there were broken bodies and traces of battle. At the entrance of the main hall, Cloud Dynasty Sect disciples suffered heavy casualties, but the black-robed leader let out a burst of arrogant laughter. What Cloud Dynasty Sect? Today I will erase your name from Tian Capital Star. The black-robed leader held a sword with blood flowing on it. Stop. Li Chongxing saw this scene and immediately frowned. He had promised Daoist Zishan that he would help Cloud Dynasty Sect, but he did not expect such a big thing to happen. Who are you? The black-robed leader heard the voice and turned his head. After seeing Li Chongxing, his face first showed vigilance and then a sneer. In his senses, Li Chongxing was not even as good as the core disciples, so he was relieved. This is Cloud Dynasty Sect's guest elder, Li Chongxing, Mr. Li. When Jiang Yuan saw Li Chongxing appear, he let out a long sigh of relief. If Li Chongxing did not come out, they would not be able to stop them. Him? Guest elder? The black-robed leader could not help but laugh and shake his head. Boy, hurry up and go back to where you came from, don't be buried here with Cloud Dynasty Sect. Indeed, there were high and low guest elders in a sect. Powerful guest elders could sit on the same level as the sect master, and some could be treated as guest elders based on their contributions to the sect. However, those guest elders were weak and had a lower status. In his eyes, Li Chongxing was the latter. Before Daoist Zishan left, she asked me to protect Cloud Dynasty Sect. You people just had to invade at this time and killed so many people. Today, no one can leave. Li Chongxing's voice was cold. Although he did not have much sense of belonging to Cloud Dynasty Sect, a gentleman's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Since he had promised Daoist Zishan, he had to fulfill it. Otherwise, he would be breaking his promise, so he was very unhappy. However, just as he approached, Li Chongxing waved his hand. Pa! After smashing the head into pieces, a headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, even the protector had a bewildered expression on his face. Looks like he's an expert. No wonder he could escape from the mountain. He slowly pulled out the sword in his hand. However, in the next second, Li Chongxing turned into an afterimage and instantly appeared in front of him. Then, he punched him in the chest and sent him flying. Before his body landed on the ground, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. When his subordinates saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with fear. Li Chongxing's attack was too fast and too terrifying. They didn't even have time to react. Continue to come up and accept your death. Li Chongxing glanced at the remaining black-robed people. These people turned around and fled in all directions. Li Chongxing's strength had already made them terrified. Want to run? It's not that easy. Li Chongxing sneered and stomped his foot on the ground. Suddenly, merciless ripples spread out in all directions. People who had been running for their lives were sent flying and then exploded in the air one by one. All dead. After killing them, Li Chongqing turned around and returned to the Cloud Dynasty sect. At this time, under Jiang Yuan's command, the injured people had been brought for treatment and the dead people were covered with white cloth. Seeing Li Chongqing return, Jiang Yuan and the others hurriedly came up and bowed. "Greetings, guest elderly." Before Daoist Zishan left, she asked me to take care of the Cloud Dynasty sect. However, I let the Cloud Dynasty sect suffer such heavy losses. This is my fault. Tell me, where is the headquarters of the ancient devil sect? I'll go and destroy the ancient devil sect to avenge the dead disciples. Guest elderly is in seclusion. The ancient devil sect suddenly attacked. This can't be blamed on you. Jiang Yuan hurriedly said. Moreover, the ancient devil sect is a second-grade sect with many powerful experts. Guest elderly shouldn't take the risk. Although Li Chongqing's strength was very formidable, wanting to flatten a sect, this was truly somewhat unrealistic in Jiang Yuan's view. Don't worry, this is not something you should worry about. Tell me the location of the ancient devil sect's headquarters. I, Li Chongqing, am a man of my words. Feeling the powerful aura rising from Li Chongqing, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate and quickly lowered his head. Okay. He walked into the main hall and took out a map. He opened it and pointed at a location. This is the headquarters of the ancient devil sect, Black Fiend Mountain. This mountain occupies an earth fiend vein. The ancient devil sect has been operating here for many years and has set up countless formations to communicate with the Black Fiend underground. Although it is only a second-grade sect, even third-grade sects wouldn't dare to attack their mountain gate. Jiang Yuan said this to persuade Li Chongqing. However, Li Chongqing didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning in his words. He nodded and put away the map, then took a step and disappeared in front of Jiang Yuan. Senior brother Jiang, will guest elderly be in danger? Chen Linger asked worriedly. I don't know. Guest elderly is powerful. Even sect leader Zishan is no match for him. However, the ancient devil sect is a terrifying place. It is said that there are many experts of the Finger Profound realm. As far as I know, guest elderly hasn't reached the Earth celestial stage. I'm afraid he will die if he goes to their headquarters. Mr. Li is willing to risk his life for a promise to the sect leader. It seems that I have misunderstood guest elderly before. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, not only Chen Linger, but also many disciples around were moved. Guest elderly is really a man of affection and righteousness. He is worthy of admiration. By the way, the black-robed leader of the ancient devil sect said that they will send people to deal with the sect leader. We must inform the sect leader to take precautions in advance. The ancient devil sect is a demon sect and is notorious for its fierceness. Immediately go to other sects to ask for help. If the sect leader has an accident, our Cloud Dynasty sect will be destroyed. Jiang Yuan was a man who could see the big picture and immediately made a decision. Under his command, the people of the Cloud Dynasty sect immediately got busy. Some went to other sects to ask for help, some went to support the sect leader Zishan, and some stayed in the sect to prevent the ancient devil sect from launching a sneak attack. It could be said that everything was arranged in an orderly manner. At this time, Li Chongqing had already left the mountain and was heading towards the ancient devil sect. There was still a long distance between the ancient devil sect and the Cloud Dynasty sect. Li Chongqing flew for half an hour before he saw a tall mountain in the distance. It was pitch black and was surrounded by black qi, giving people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Li Chongqing landed at the foot of the mountain and heard the sound of fighting in front of him. A beautiful woman in white was besieged by a group of black-robed men. There were many wounds on the woman's body. It was obvious that she was at the end of her rope. Chapter 834. After Li Chongqing appeared, she ran towards Li Chongqing's direction. When she saw Li Chongqing, her face was filled with joy, but it quickly turned into despair. She couldn't tell how high Li Chongqing's cultivation was from his aura. At the same time, the black-robed men also noticed Li Chongqing. Without saying a word, one of them directly slashed at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing was about to make a move, but the woman had already blocked Li Chongqing with her sword. She anxiously said to Li Chongqing, "Run." They are disciples of the ancient devil sect. Who knew that after hearing the woman's words, Li Chongqing just stood there indifferently. "Miss, since you are so kind, let me help you deal with these reckless guys." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, the woman was stunned. She then shook her head and said, "This is a group of Xiantian experts. I can't see any cultivation from your body. How can you help me deal with them? I hate guys like you who don't have any strength but still want to be the hero to save the beauty." The woman's face was filled with disdain. Because of her beauty, many people always wanted to show off in front of her. Normally, it would be fine, but at this time, the people of the ancient devil sect were ruthless. "Run!" After saying that, she grabbed Li Chongqing's shoulder and was about to forcefully take Li Chongqing away. After all, she was a kind person and couldn't bear to see Li Chongqing die in the hands of the ancient devil sect's disciples. Who knew that Li Chongqing's feet were like roots, and she couldn't grab him. At this time, the people of the ancient devil sect had completely surrounded them. "It's over." The woman's face was filled with annoyance. She stared at Li Chongqing angrily and said, "It's all your fault. I told you to run, but you didn't. Now no one can leave." At this time, a pale old man walked out from the ancient devil sect's camp. "Brat, you didn't run after hearing the name of the ancient devil sect. You should be from the secular world and not a cultivator, right? You still want to come out and save the damsel in distress? You really don't know what death is." "I'm from the Cloud Dynasty sect. I'm here to cause trouble for your ancient devil sect," Li Chongqing said calmly. The woman beside him was surprised. "You're a fellow Taoist from the Cloud Dynasty sect? Could it be that even Cloud Dynasty sect was attacked by the ancient devil sect?" Hearing this, Li Chongqing knew that the ancient devil sect was not only attacking the Cloud Dynasty sect. Protector Lu brought people to the Cloud Dynasty sect. Unexpectedly, there was a fish that escaped the net. This guy escaped with his life with great difficulty and dared to come to the ancient devil sect. He is as stupid as this woman. Hearing the other party's words, a hint of anger appeared on the woman's face. It was because her sect's senior died in the hands of the ancient devil sect. In order to avenge her sect's senior, she ran to the foot of the ancient devil sect's mountain and wanted to ambush a few disciples of the ancient devil sect. Unexpectedly, she encountered an elder of the ancient devil sect and almost lost her life. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing with more gentleness. Although Li Chongqing's actions were obviously very stupid, but in order to avenge the death of his sect's elders, he was willing to disregard his own safety. Wasn't he the same kind of person as himself? Unexpectedly, there was a feeling of mutual appreciation. "I'm not a fish that escaped the net. Your protector Lu has already been killed by me," Li Chongqing said indifferently. Unexpectedly, the old man couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha! Brat, who are you trying to fool? Protector Lu's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Vajra realm. How can you kill him? You're just trying to scare me with these words and take the opportunity to escape, right? Brat, this old man has walked the path more than you have eaten salt. How can I not see through your scheme?" As he spoke, he gave a look to the people beside him. "Kill these two people." Immediately, a few black-robed men rushed over with their swords. That woman in white was about to make a move, but she was pulled behind by Li Chongqing and blocked in front of him. That woman's eyes instantly revealed some emotions. Usually, there were many men who acted in front of her. However, there was only one man who was willing to block in front of her like Li Chongqing. Could it be that he fell in love with me after seeing me once? Otherwise, why would he die for me? The woman in white had mixed feelings. In the next moment, a treasured sword had already slashed at Li Chongqing's head. Li Chongqing directly reached out to grab the treasured sword. The woman in white couldn't bear to see it and turned her head to the side. She could imagine the scene of flesh and blood splattering in the next second if he used his body to block the treasured sword. The old man and the other black-robed men all sneered. They felt that this silly boy was really reckless. However, in the next second everyone's eyes widened, because when the treasured sword slashed at Li Chongqing's palm, the scene of the palm being cut off did not appear as expected. Instead, a sound of metal clashing rang out. That treasured sword was actually held by Li Chongqing's hand. In the next second, they saw him use all his strength to break that sharp treasured sword into two pieces. The blade that was held in his hand directly stabbed out and instantly pierced through the chest of a black-robed man. Immediately after, the other black-robed men who had just rushed over were all swept away by Li Chongqing's leg as he turned around and swept out. He is actually so powerful! Yuan Chushue's eyes widened. The old man finally realized that something was amiss. You have been hiding your strength all this time? Li Chongqing did not answer him. Instead, his body turned into an afterimage as he rushed into the crowd. Soon, the group of black-robed men all fell to the ground, leaving only the old man. At this moment, the old man finally panicked. His hand that was holding the sword began to tremble slightly because the strength that Li Chongqing showed when he defeated his subordinates was too terrifying. That, friend, behind us is the headquarters of our ancient devil sect. If you don't want to die, quickly leave. Otherwise, before he finished speaking, Li Chongqing had already rushed in front of him. With a slap, the old man was directly sent flying and fell into the open space behind them. His body struggled a few times before losing all signs of life. Witnessing all this, Yuan Chushue was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, she realized that she seemed to have thought too much. May I ask what your name is? I have heard about the disciples of the Cloud Dynasty sect. Could it be that you are the chief true disciple of the Cloud Dynasty sect, Yang Yi? In Yuan Chushue's opinion, in the entire Cloud Dynasty sect, apart from the sect master, grand elders, and several other elders, the only one who could have such strength was the chief of the true disciples, Yang Yi. Although she had never seen the real person, she had heard of Yang Ye's name a lot. No. Li Chongqing shook his head. Yang Yi offended me, so I killed him with a slap. I am the guest elder of the Cloud Dynasty sect, Li Chongqing. Is that so? Yuan Chushue did not believe Li Chongqing's words at all. She thought that Li Chongqing was hiding his identity. He is obviously Yang Yi, but he deliberately said that he was called Li Chongqing. But since he is not willing to reveal his identity, there is no need for me to expose him. Yuan Chushue immediately smiled and said, My name is Yuan Chushue. I am a true disciple of the White Robe sect. Nice to meet you. After that, she continued, let's quickly escape. Killing an elder of the ancient devil sect right under their nose will alert the experts of the ancient devil sect. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Just as she finished speaking, she saw that Li Chongqing was standing there motionlessly. I am not leaving. You go first. I still have to trample the ancient devil sect. What? Yuan Chushue's eyes widened and her red lips opened slightly. Her face was full of disbelief. Chapter 835. The other party actually wanted to flatten the ancient devil sect. She felt as if she was struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded on the spot. At this time, Li Chongqing was already walking towards the mountain where the ancient devil sect was located. Hey! Yuan Chushue hurriedly chased after him. You really want to go to the ancient devil sect's headquarters? Are you crazy? There are countless experts in the ancient devil sect. Aren't you just throwing your life away? But Li Chongqing was indifferent and did not stop walking. When he was halfway up the mountain, Yuan Chushue was still following behind him. Why are you still following me? Didn't you say that I'm just throwing my life away? Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Yuan Chushue was also stunned. She did not understand why she was following him. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she saw a black shadow rushing down from the mountain and quickly surrounding the two. At the same time, a large black net fell from the sky, enveloping Li Chongqing and Yuan Chuxue. The large net was actually burning with black flames, which was very strange. This is the ancient devil sect's earth terminus net. Yuan Chushue's expression changed drastically. This magic weapon is notorious. Who knows how many people have died under this net? What should I do? Am I going to die like this? Yuan Chuxue was very scared. The next moment, Li Chongqing suddenly hugged her slender waist, then stepped on the ground and flew into the air. Before Yuan Chuxue could react, a sword light was released and instantly split the large net in half. At the same time, the sword light sprinkled down and heads flew up. The disciples of the ancient devil sect who rushed down all died under the sword. In the next second, Li Chongqing's figure did not stop. Like a large bird flying in the air, he directly flew to the top of the ancient devil sect's mountain with Yuan Chuxue in his arms. At this time, Yuan Chuxue finally reacted. Feeling the warmth of the big hand on her waist, she felt a sense of security. At the same time, her cheeks instantly turned red like a mosquito. You can let go of me now. Li Chongqing's face also showed a bit of embarrassment. Just now, he did not think too much about it because he wanted to protect Yuan Chuxue. Only now did he realize that his actions were indeed a bit inappropriate. Just as he retracted his hand, a dense crowd of figures rushed out from the black hall in front of him. The leader wore a black robe with a large flame pattern embroidered on it. Counting carefully, there were 9 of them. Beside him were several elders of the ancient devil sect. Each of them had 5 to 6 flames embroidered on their robes. Li Chongqing suddenly understood. The number of flame patterns on the clothes of the ancient devil sect members represented their position in the sect. The protector who killed the Cloud Dynasty sect only had 1 flame pattern, but the old man had 9. His position in the ancient devil sect was definitely not ordinary. Sure enough, Yuan Chuxue said in a trembling voice, that is the ancient devil sect's supreme elder, Bailey Yunguang. Bailey Yunguang is the teacher of the ancient devil sect's sect master. His strength has reached the Earth celestial stage. Earth immortal? Even Li Chongqing couldn't help but shudder. When he came to this world, he already knew that there were powerhouses at the Earth celestial stage in this world. He didn't expect to finally meet one. Young man, we just received Elder Zhao's call for help. We sent people down to check, but they disappeared without a trace. I guess they were all killed by you, right? Bailey Yunguang looked coldly at Li Chongqing. You killed an elder and several pro-disciples of the ancient devil sect. Your strength is really good. But you dared to break into the headquarters of the ancient devil sect. Do you really think there are no people in the ancient devil sect? Of course there are people in the ancient devil sect. But in my eyes they are just a bunch of trash. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. His words were full of arrogance. Only Li Chongqing dared to speak so arrogantly in front of a powerhouse at the Earth celestial stage. How dare you? How dare you be rude to the Supreme Elder? Let me teach you a lesson. An elder pulled out his sword and was about to attack Li Chongqing, but he was stopped by Bailey Yunguang. Bailey Yunguang stared at Li Chongqing. His face was gloomy and uncertain. Even though Li Chongqing couldn't see through Li Chongqing's cultivation, this was the most frightening part. Someone whose cultivation couldn't be seen through was able to kill an elder and several true disciples from the ancient devil sect. This was even more frightening than seeing through cultivation. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Li Chongqing had a skill to hide his cultivation level. The other was that Li Chongqing's cultivation level had reached a terrifying level. If it was the former, it would be better. If it was the latter, he had to reconsider. Friend, what enmity do you have with the ancient devil sect? How dare you break into the headquarters of the ancient devil sect? Bailey Yunguang was trying to figure out Li Chongqing's identity. I am the guest elder of the Cloud Dynasty sect. I promised Reverend Zishan to guard the Cloud Dynasty sect. But the ancient devil sect came to the Cloud Dynasty sect to kill people. I will destroy the ancient devil sect and avenge the dead disciples of the Cloud Dynasty sect. I didn't expect the Cloud Dynasty sect to have such an expert like you. Bailey Yunguang sighed with emotion. You have killed an elder and more than 10 disciples of my sect. You have avenged the people of the Cloud Dynasty sect. Can you leave now? Bailey Yunguang couldn't see through Li Chongqing's cultivation level. He was afraid and wanted to minimize the problem. Hearing Bailey Yunguang's words, Yuan Chuxue was surprised. She hurriedly pulled Li Chongqing's sleeve and said, "Let's go down the mountain." Even the people of the ancient devil sect were confused. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing shook his head and said, "No, I promised the people of the Cloud Dynasty sect that I would destroy the ancient devil sect. So, I won't go down the mountain." Bailey Yunguang's face suddenly darkened. "Friend, where it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. Even if you are an expert of the Earth Celestial stage, you have no right to come to the headquarters of the ancient devil sect and behave atrociously. Now I will give you a chance. Go down the mountain immediately and I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise what?" Li Chongqing interrupted him. "Otherwise, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Bailey Yunguang suddenly took a step forward. A horrible aura spread out from his body. He had been accumulating power. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. There was no fear on his face. Even if Li Chongqing was powerful, he was an Earth Celestial. Moreover, he was in the territory of the ancient devil sect, so his combat power could be maximized. Feeling Bailey Yunguang's aura, Yuan Chushue's eyes were filled with despair. "It's over. It's over this time. An Earth Celestial stage expert is attacking us. How can we survive?" The strength of an Earth Celestial stage expert was terrifying. At this moment, as his aura spread out, Li Chongqing immediately felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Li Chongqing was fine. Yuan Chuxue, who was next to him, began to tremble. "You go aside and watch the battle." Li Chongqing patted Yuan Chushue's shoulder. Instantly, Yuan Chuxue felt the pressure on her body disappear. She glanced at Li Chongqing subconsciously. When she saw his ordinary but determined face, she suddenly felt relieved. Chapter 836. Yuan Chuxue nodded obediently and retreated until she was dozens of meters away. Bailey Yunguang looked at Li Chongqing in surprise. As an Earth Celestial stage powerhouse, his aura alone was enough to make people who were at a lower stage unable to bear it. However, Li Chongqing's expression didn't change much from the beginning to the end, which made him feel uncertain about Li Chongqing's strength again. "As far as I know, the foreign dignitaries of the Cloud Dynasty sect are not from the Cloud Dynasty sect. They are all powerhouses who were roped in from outside. Since you are not from the Cloud Dynasty sect, why are you working for them? It's not too late to leave now. Otherwise, I will make a move. It's too late for you to regret." As Bailey Yunguang spoke, the aura emanating from his body continued to grow stronger. He kept testing Li Chongqing, but in the end, he was disappointed. Li Chongqing stood there like a statue. No matter how strong Bailey Yunguang's aura was, it still couldn't shake him. Under the oppression of his powerful aura, the hard ground began to crack. Even the elders of the ancient devil sect were retreating because they couldn't bear the pressure. "I said that I would destroy your ancient devil sect. I, Li Chongqing, will definitely fulfill my promise." Li Chongqing smiled slightly. Although he didn't emit any powerful aura, the fact that he didn't move under Bailey Yunguang's aura was enough to explain a lot. "It seems that there is no room for negotiation." After Bailey Yunguang finished speaking, a biting cold murderous intent began to spread. A gust of wind rose from the top of the mountain and cut people's cheeks like knives. Bailey Yunguang finally decided to make a move. Yuan Chushue's face was pale. This was an Earth celestial stage powerhouse. At the same time, her eyes were full of worry. The disciples of the ancient devil sect, including the elders, were all excited. As the master of the ancient devil sect's sect leader, Bailey Yunguang hadn't made a move for many years. However, he was the faith of the ancient devil sect. Boom! At this moment, facing the terrifying aura, Li Chongqing finally took a step forward. As soon as his foot landed, a sharp sword intent soared into the sky and instantly suppressed Bailey Yunguang's aura. Although Li Chongqing was not at the Earth celestial stage, he could even defeat a heaven-chosen one at the Earth celestial stage. At this moment, as his aura was revealed, he immediately gained the upper hand. Bailey Yunguang's face revealed a strange expression. Just like what he was worried about, Li Chongqing was indeed an extremely powerful existence. However, there was no worry on his face. Instead, he waved his hand and turned it into a ball of flame, attacking Li Chongqing. The flame was black, but wherever it passed, even the void would be melted. However, when the flame reached Li Chongqing just raised his hand and waved gently, and the flame disappeared into thin air. He had obtained the flame refining technique from old ancestor Tianshi. Could even refine the strongest flames in the world, let alone this kind of flame. You actually broke my attack without a sound. You're really not ordinary. However, you shouldn't have barged into my ancient devil sect's headquarters. This is my territory. Bailey Yunguang's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. He landed on one foot, and endless flames surged out from behind him. Finally, they turned into a strange ferocious beast, pouncing on Li Chongqing. However, when the ferocious beast was completely in front of Li Chongqing waved his hand gently, and everything in front of him disappeared. At this moment, Bailey Yunguang's expression finally changed. The Inferno mythical beast was his ultimate move. Countless experts had died under his attack. However, he did not expect that it would not cause any harm to Li Chongqing. Moreover, Li Chongqing did not even move his feet. Li Chongqing had broken 2 moves in a row, and the surroundings fell into silence. Bailey Yunguang slowly raised his hand, and a black token appeared in his hand. At the same time, the whole black mountain began to shake, and dense evil spirit gathered on his body. He finally decided to use his biggest trump card, making use of the advantage of the mountain and the earth vein to make his strongest attack. Go to hell! Bailey Yunguang roared, and the monstrous evil spirit condensed into a long saber in the air. With the guidance of his hand gesture, the saber suddenly slashed down on Li Chongqing with the sound of wind and thunder. Rumble! Instantly, the void between the heaven and earth was sliced into 2 halves from the middle. Terrifying primal chaos energy gushed out from both sides as the black saber slashed down. Even a mountain would be sliced into 2 halves by such an attack. Is this the Earth celestial stage? It's too weak. Li Chongqing raised his hand, and the ardent dragon spear appeared. He stabbed with the spear, and suddenly, a golden flood dragon flew into the air. Boom! The golden flood dragon collided with the black saber, and in an instant, a terrifying power erupted, surging in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into chaos. Yuan Chushue was so scared that she quickly retreated. On the other side, the disciples of the ancient devil sect were also quickly distancing themselves from the 2 people in the battle. The 2 people's strength was too terrifying, and the aftermath was not something that others could bear. This Li Chongqing is so powerful. Is he an Earth celestial stage? Yuan Chushue's eyes flashed. Although she knew that there were Earth celestials in this world since she was a child, it was the first time she saw one as young as Li Chongqing. As far as I know, the chief disciple of the Cloud Dynasty sect has just reached the finger profound stage. Is he really not Yang Yi? I didn't expect the Cloud Dynasty sect to be hiding such a master. Although you are an Earth celestial stage, in my eyes you are a little inferior. I don't want to waste time with you." At this time, Li Changxing's disdainful voice came from the center of the battle. Then, on the tip of the golden spear, a blazing sun bloomed with golden light, and fell together with the ardent dragon's spear. The token in Bailey Yunguang's hand was instantly shattered, and the array of the whole mountain was broken in an instant. As for Bailey Yunguang, he was hit in the chest by the sun and flew dozens of meters away. After he fell to the ground, his chest caved in. "Although you are an Earth celestial stage, you are not qualified to fight with me. Now I will send you on your way." After Li Changxing finished speaking, he swept the spear again and smashed it on Bailey Yunguang's head. Bailey Yunguang's head was filled with disbelief. It was smashed open by the spear, and the headless body fell to the ground. An Earth celestial stage expert died just like that. On the mountain, countless disciples of the ancient devil sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Yuan Chushua's heart jumped. What kind of cultivation can kill an Earth celestial stage expert so easily? Is he a legendary true celestial? Yuan Chushue quickly denied her own idea. A true celestial has not appeared in the world for hundreds of years. How is that possible? Just as she was thinking nonsense, she looked up and saw Li Changxing standing in front of her. Without waiting for her to speak, he hugged her waist again and flew into the sky. Yuan Chushue's face was red, but she could not say a word. Then, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. With a wave of Li Changxing's palm, the entire mountain peak of the ancient devil sect began to burn with raging flames. Wherever the flames passed, whether it was rocks, trees, or palaces, everything was turned into ashes. The disciples of the ancient devil sect didn't even have time to scream before they completely evaporated into thin air. Chapter 837. Let's go. Li Changxing no longer looked at the situation of the ancient devil sect and flew down from the sky with Yuan Chushue in his arms. "Can you let go of me now?" Yuan Chushue's cheeks were burning, and she didn't even dare to look at Li Changxing. Of course. Li Changxing let go of her. People of the ancient devil sect. Yuan Chushue wanted to say something, but Li Changxing interrupted her. "Don't worry. The ancient devil sect will no longer exist in this world." Yuan Chushue subconsciously looked back at the headquarters of the ancient devil sect, and was surprised to find that the 10,000 zhang tall mountain had shrunk by half. The ancient devil sect's Black Demon Mountain has been invaded by the baleful aura and has become extraordinary. If it was an ordinary mountain, it would have been burned off from the world by my flames. However, this has given me an unexpected harvest. Li Changxing suddenly waved his hand and turned it into a giant palm print. He grabbed the Black Demon Mountain with all his strength. Suddenly, the entire earth rumbled and the Black Demon Mountain was pulled up from the ground by him. Following that, the raging flames continued to burn. 10 minutes later, the flames disappeared. The entire Black Fiend Mountain had become pitch black. At the same time, it continued to shrink. In the end, it actually became a pocket mountain the size of a palm and was received by Li Changxing. The Black Demon Mountain has been continuously invaded by the baleful aura. After who knows how many years, it has finally become the prototype of a magic treasure. In the future, with a bit of refinement, its power will definitely be extraordinary. Li Changxing muttered to himself and put away the Black Demon Mountain. Yuan Chushue was completely stunned. Refining a mountain into a magic treasure, what kind of method was this? Perhaps even the ancestor of the White Robe sect would not be able to do this. The way she looked at Li Changxing was completely different. There was shock, reverence, and a trace of strangeness. After destroying the ancient devil sect, Li Changxing returned to the Cloud Dynasty sect with Yuan Chushue following beside him. "Miss, do you need me to send you back to your sect?" Li Chongxing thought that Yuan Chushua was following him because she was afraid and felt safe staying by his side, so he asked. Unexpectedly, Yuan Chushua shook her head and said, "No, I just want to go to the Cloud Dynasty sect with you." "All right." Li Chongxing thought that she had something to do with the Cloud Dynasty sect, so he didn't think much about it. Because it wasn't convenient to directly fly back with Yuan Chushua in his arms, the two of them had to walk on foot. Their speed was much slower, and it took them more than half a day to reach the Cloud Dynasty sect. After stepping into the Cloud Dynasty sect, a disciple immediately went to report to the Cloud Dynasty sect. Just as he arrived at the square in front of the main hall, he saw someone pulling and pulling. It was Chun Ling-er and her father, Chun Hao. From afar, Chun Hao grabbed Chun Ling-er's wrist and said, "Come home with me." Chun Ling-er kept shaking her head. Seeing this scene, Li Chongxing hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing Li Chongxing, Chun Ling-er was like seeing a savior. She quickly broke away from her father's hand and hid beside Li Chongxing. "Mr. Li, my father heard that the Cloud Dynasty sect was in danger this time. He was afraid that I would be in danger, so he insisted on taking me home. No matter what I said to him, he wouldn't listen." At this time, Chun Hao saw his daughter hiding beside Li Chongxing. He immediately glared at Li Chongxing and shouted, "Get out of the way! I'll fight with whoever stops me." Chun family head, the people of the ancient devil sect have been driven away, and I have already destroyed the ancient devil sect, so the Cloud Dynasty sect will not be in danger. Li Chongxing patiently explained. Unexpectedly, Chun Hao's face became cold and said, "If you said that the ancient devil sect was driven away, then it's possible. But you said that you destroyed the ancient devil sect? Do you think I'm stupid? And even if the ancient devil sect was destroyed, so what? Now that the top 10 demon sects have appeared, the ancient devil sect is just a small pawn. 1,000 years ago, the Cloud Dynasty sect was also a 6th grade sect. The top 10 demon sects will not let the Cloud Dynasty sect go. I brought Ling-er home for her own good. Get out of the way immediately, or else I won't be polite to you." In Chun Hao's eyes, Li Chongxing was just an ordinary young man with some aptitude for cultivation that he had met on the road. He was already very patient for not slapping Li Chongxing to the side on the spot. But just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came, "I want to see who dares to be rude to guest elderly." The door of the hall was pushed open, and several dignified figures walked out. The one leading was Taoist Master Zishan. Taoist Master Zishan's face was a bit pale, and his footsteps were a bit weak. But he was still a sect leader. His glare made Chun Hao shrink back in fear. At the same time, he showed a puzzled expression. "What guest elder?" Chun Ling-er hurriedly explained, "Father, Li Chongxing is now a guest elder of the Cloud Dynasty sect. His position is on the same level as the sect leader. You must pay attention to your words and actions." "What?" This time, Chun Hao was completely stunned. He only felt that his mind was blank. He couldn't understand. That ordinary youth he met on the road, wasn't he a new disciple like his daughter? How did he become a guest elder of the Cloud Dynasty sect in such a short period of time, and even have the same status as the sect leader? Standing behind Li Chongxing, Yuan Chushue, who didn't speak until now, suddenly showed a bit of realization. So he is a guest elder who is on the same level as Taoist Master Zishan. No wonder he has such strength. "Guest elderly, you're finally back." Taoist Master Zishan came up and warmly held Li Chongxing's hand. "I heard that you chased away the people of the ancient devil sect for my Cloud Dynasty sect, and even went to find trouble with them. I was worried for you. It's good that you're back safely." As she spoke, she looked at Li Chongxing from head to toe, but found that Li Chongxing didn't have any injuries on his body. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal doubt. "As far as I know, the ancient devil sect's Grand Elder Bailey Yunguang is an Earth celestial stage expert. Could it be that he isn't in the sect?" Indeed, in her opinion, although Li Chongqing is powerful, he hasn't broken through to the Earth's celestial stage. If he encountered Bailey Yunguang, even if he was lucky enough to escape, he would be seriously injured. Now that she saw that Li Chongqing didn't have any injuries on his body, there was only one possibility. That is, Li Chongqing didn't encounter Bailey Yunguang, and Bailey Yunguang wasn't in the ancient devil sect. Li Chongqing shook his head. Bailey Yunguang was there, and I had a great battle with him. And in the end? Not only Taoist Master Zishan, everyone in the surroundings pricked up their ears. Li Chongqing actually had a great battle with the Earth's celestial stage expert Bailey Yunguang. This was really shocking. In the end, I killed Bailey Yunguang and flattened the ancient devil sect. As soon as Li Chongqing finished speaking, the entire area quieted down. Everyone's eyes widened, obviously shocked by Li Chongqing's words. Honored guest Li, you really know how to joke. Taoist Master Zishan was stunned for a few seconds, then she laughed. In front of so many people, she was too embarrassed to say that Li Chongqing was boasting. Li Chongqing's strength was very strong, and he was about to break through to the Earth's celestial stage. If he encountered Bailey Yunguang, he would definitely have the strength to fight. She even believed that he could escape from Bailey Yunguang's clutches. However, Taoist Master Zishan didn't believe that he killed Bailey Yunguang. Chapter 838. What I said is true. Li Chongqing said indifferently. I can testify. At this moment Yuan Chuxue stood out and cupped her hands. Greetings to Taoist Master Zishan, greetings to the two seniors. You are? Taoist Master Zishan felt that Yuan Chuxue was somewhat familiar. I am a direct disciple of White Robe sect, Yuan Chuxue. My father is Yuan Liheng. So you are Taoist brother Yuan's daughter. Hearing Yuan Liheng's name, not only Taoist Master Zishan, even the two Grand Elders were moved. Yuan Liheng was the sect leader of White Robe sect, and this Yuan Chuxue was the daughter of the sect leader of White Robe sect. How did the two of you end up together? Taoist Master Zishan looked at Li Chongqing and then at Yuan Chuxue. When the ancient devil sect attacked Cloud Dynasty sect, they also invaded my White Robe sect. My father happened to be away, and in order to protect me, my master was killed by the people of the ancient devil sect. In a fit of anger, I decided to ambush the ancient devil sect at the foot of the mountain and kill a few disciples of the ancient devil sect to avenge my master. However, I didn't expect to meet an elder of the ancient devil sect. Just as I was about to escape from the elder of the ancient devil sect, I met Mr. Li. It was Mr. Li who saved me and brought me to attack the ancient devil sect, completely flattening the ancient devil sect. Hearing Yuan Chuxue's solemn vow, Taoist Master Zishan finally believed her. Good job, Mr. Li. Taoist Master Zishan's heart was filled with resentment after nearly being annihilated by the ancient devil sect. Looks like the 10 great demon sects are making a comeback. No sect can stay out of this. I only hope that the 3 Holy Lands can stop them, otherwise our Tian capital star will suffer a calamity. Taoist Master Zishan sighed. At this moment, Chen Hao finally believed in Li Chongqing's identity and hurriedly apologized to Li Chongqing. How could Li Chongqing argue with him? He directly walked into the main hall. Reverend Zishan then explained the current situation of Celestial Capital Star to Li Chongqing. Only then did Li Chongqing know that the 3 Holy Lands had joined forces with the righteous sects to chase the demonic sects into the bitter cold land. But now, a powerful figure had emerged from the demonic sects. Together with the 10 great sects, they were making a comeback. The demonic sects, like the ancient demonic sect, had heeded the call of the demon lord and attacked the righteous sects at almost the same time. A great chaos was about to erupt. The 3 Holy Lands have already issued an order to gather the 10 great demon sects in a month's time at Sky Capital Peak to decide the ownership of this world. I will also be setting off in a few days. Mr. Li, I wonder if you will continue to stay in the sect to cultivate or go with me. I'll go with you, Li Chongqing immediately replied. After coming to this world and encountering such a rare event, how could he not go and see it with his own eyes? As for Cloud Dynasty sect's biggest enemy, the ancient devil sect, it had already been destroyed, so there was no need for Li Chongqing to continue holding the fort. Good, then Mr. Li, please prepare. We will set off in 3 days. After Reverend Zishan finished speaking, she looked at Chen Hao, who was still standing there. Patriarch Chen, the ancient devil sect has already been destroyed by the guest elder, so Cloud Dynasty sect is no longer in danger. You can leave Ling in the sect. Ling Er's cultivation talent is very strong. If she returned to your family, it would be a waste of her talent. At this time, in the war between the righteous and demonic sects, it is still unknown who will win. If the demonic sects win, it won't be too late for you to bring Ling back to your family. Hearing Reverend Zishan's words, Chen Hao hurriedly nodded. He was also worried about his daughter. After everything was settled, Li Chongqing returned to the valley. Yuan Chushua stayed behind to discuss some matters with Reverend Zishan. As the eldest daughter of the White Cloth sect, Yuan Chushua was definitely an important guest in Cloud Dynasty sect. After returning to the valley, Li Chongqing asked Bai Chuan to help him pack his things. As the person in charge of serving Li Chongqing, Bai Chuan naturally had to accompany him. While Bai Chuan was packing his things, while Li Chongqing was lying on the rattan chair and sunbathing, he saw Chen Ling sneakily walk in. Mr. Li, in 3 days you will go to Sky Capital Peak. Can you bring me along? This is the first grand event in 1,000 years. I really want to go and see. Who knew that Li Chongqing would shake his head? The righteous and demonic sects are going to have a great war. Even I don't dare to say that I will be safe. It is too dangerous for you to go. Hearing Li Chongqing's refusal, Chen Ling eyes immediately became watery. Mr. Li, last time you said that you treated Ling as your little sister, but now that you have the White Cloth sect's big sister Yuan Chushua, you immediately treat me like this. Hearing Chen Ling words, Li Chongqing only felt a headache, thinking, what the hell is this? What does this have to do with Yuan Chushua? But seeing Chen Ling eager eyes, he finally sighed. Fine, then I will bring you along. Thank you, Mr. Li. I know you are the best to me. After saying that, Chen Ling skipped away. Li Chongqing fell into deep thought. According to Taoist Zishan, the 3 holy lands may have true immortal stage existences. With his current strength, he can naturally defeat Earth immortals, but if he meets true immortals, he may have to run for his life. It seems that he needs to break through to Earth immortal stage as soon as possible. Only then can he do whatever he wants in this world. But he always feels that he is still lacking a bit of time to break through to Earth immortal stage. 3 days later, Li Chongqing, Taoist Zishan and a few elders officially set off. The carriage was pulled by dragon blood horses. These dragon blood horses are said to have the bloodline of true dragons. They are naturally docile and have great endurance, making them the most common means of transportation on Sky Capital Star. In Li Chongqing's carriage, Chen Ling quietly hid in a corner. Because Yuan Chushua was an honored guest of Cloud Dynasty sect, she also needed to go to Sky Capital Peak to find her father, so Cloud Dynasty sect specially arranged a carriage for her. The one driving Li Chongqing's carriage was his disciple Bai Chuan. Under Li Chongqing's guidance, Bai Chuan's strength had greatly improved. At this moment, he was silently cultivating while driving the carriage. Although his aptitude was a bit lacking, but in terms of diligence, he was definitely not inferior to anyone. Li Chongqing also sat on the shaft of the carriage, swinging his legs. He regarded this once in a 1,000-year battle between good and evil on Sky Capital Star as a trip. Although he did not break through to Earth immortal stage, but even if a true immortal came, he believed that he could escape unscathed. Not to mention, in the entire sky capital star, the 3 holy lands and the 10 great demon sects, the number of true immortal stage powerhouses could be counted with one hand. In the carriage in front, Yuan Chushue was sitting. The curtain of the carriage was lifted slightly, looking at Li Chongqing, who was sitting there leisurely. Yuan Chushue's eyes were filled with infatuation. "He is really handsome, the most handsome person I have ever seen," Yuan Chushue muttered to herself. Next to her, the maid sent by Cloud Dynasty sect to serve her couldn't help but be speechless, thinking to herself, "What kind of aesthetic sense does this white-robed sex young miss have? That guest elderly is strong, but I really can't see how he is handsome." Chapter 839. Sky Capital Peak was located at the center of the world, and the entire planet was named after the word Sky Capital. 7 days after Li Chongqing and the rest set off, they arrived at an ancient city. The city stood tall and straight, piercing through the clouds, exuding an ancient aura. This used to be the capital of Sky Capital Star's first dynasty, the Great Yu Dynasty. The Great Yu Dynasty was also known as the Celestial Dynasty and once awed the world. At its peak, even the 3 holy lands and the 10 demon sects had to listen to its orders. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in a single day, leaving only this majestic city behind. In front of the city gate, Taoist Master Zishan lamented. Since ancient times, the various holy lands and immortal sects were above the secular royalty, but only the emergence of the Great Yu Dynasty allowed the secular royalty to surpass the holy lands. That was a tragic history. Li Chongqing looked at the majestic city that almost reached the clouds. It was unbelievably majestic. Just by looking at this city, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of the Great Yu Dynasty was. "Let's go, let's enter the city," Taoist Master Zishan lamented. Just as she was about to move forward, she heard a whistling sound coming from behind. A general in golden armor was leading a group of soldiers and horses towards them. Li Chongqing and the rest stood on the road, but the other party did not seem to have any intention of stopping the horse. "Retreat quickly," Taoist Master Zishan exclaimed and pulled Li Chongqing and the rest to the side. At this time, the horses' hooves just happened to rush past them. When the golden-armored general entered the city, he turned around and looked at Li Chongqing's group with disdain. Then, he entered the city without looking back. The golden-armored general is known as the King of the Sacred Mountain. It is said that he is a descendant of the 6 founding kings of the Great Yu Dynasty, and his strength has reached the late Earth immortal stage. The King of the Sacred Mountain's real name is Yang Jing, the number 1 sky pride of the southern region. The surrounding people were discussing. The other party was very domineering, rushing into the city without stopping. Many people around were scared out of their wit. "Isn't this guy too domineering?" Chun Ling said unhappily. However, Taoist Master Zishan hastily gestured for him to keep quiet. This king of the sacred mountain, Yang Jing, proved his Tao through martial arts. His strength is terrifying. I have long heard of his name. He is almost invincible in the same realm. He is second only to the 3 holy lands in the righteous faction. Even the holy sons of the 3 holy lands may not be his match. We cannot afford to offend him. As Taoist Zishan spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing hadn't broken through to the Earth Celestial stage, but he could kill a powerhouse at the Earth Celestial stage. He couldn't help but add, if Mr. Li breaks through to the Earth Celestial stage and stabilizes his stage, you might be able to fight him. The battle between good and evil this time involved so much that it almost shook the entire Tiandu star field. Experts kept appearing in front of Great Yu's imperial city. In just the short time that Li Chongqing and the others were there were already no less than 3 waves of experts. "Come on, let's enter the city as well." Taoist Master Zishan finished speaking. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind. A man was sitting on a chariot pulled by 3 strange beasts. His violent aura could be felt from afar. Although he wasn't as reckless as the king of the sacred mountain, he was still very rude. When he saw Li Chongqing and the others blocking his way, he immediately shouted, "Get out of my way! How dare you block the path of this heavenly lord? Are you tired of living?" Li Chongqing immediately frowned. These people were too arrogant, they should be taught a lesson. The surrounding people all showed a look of fear. However, Taoist Zishan grabbed Li Chongqing's arm and kept shaking her head. She was afraid that Li Chongqing would clash with the other party. Li Chongqing's eyes were cold as he stared at the other party. If the other party dared to offend him again, he wouldn't mind twisting the other party's head off. Although he had deliberately kept a low profile along the way, it didn't mean that he was easy to bully. The man on the carriage seemed to have sensed Li Chongqing's gaze and coldly swept over. There was some disdain at the corners of his mouth as he coldly snorted, "You are quite bold to dare to look directly at me. If we were not in front of the old imperial city of the Great Yu dynasty, I would not mind teaching you a lesson." After saying that, the other party also entered the city. This person is called Heavenly Lord Greenwood. It is said that he has just broken through to the late-stage Earth Immortal realm. He is at the peak of his arrogance. We can't afford to offend him. Taoist Zishan smiled bitterly. Although he was the sect master of a sect, as long as he didn't break through to the Earth Immortal realm, he wouldn't be ranked in this world. Finally, Li Chongqing and the others entered what used to be Great Yu's imperial city. This road was the only way to Sky Capital Peak from the south, and was known as the most impregnable pass on Sky Capital Planet. However, the soldiers and generals guarding this place were all lazing around. Great Yu dynasty had been destroyed. This city was jointly controlled by more than a dozen major forces. It was very chaotic. After entering the city, the news of the war between the good and evil was spread everywhere. Among them, Sacred Mountain King Yangjing, Greenwood Divine Lord and a few other forces were the top forces in the south. However, no one mentioned Cloud Dynasty Sect and White Robe Sect. Those who participated in the war are all warriors. The city lord of Great Yu City will host a banquet in the center of the square. A loud voice resounded throughout the city. Who is the city lord of Great Yu's imperial city? Li Chongqing looked at Taoist Zishan who was next to him. This ancient city is jointly controlled by more than a dozen forces. However, every once in a while, a city lord will be elected. He must be a person of virtue and prestige, and also a very powerful expert. Half an hour later, various forces gathered in the square. There seemed to be at least 1,000 people. Among them, a few powerful forces each occupied a side. The surrounding people stayed far away from them, not daring to provoke them. Initially, Taoist Zishan wanted to hide at the edge of the square. A small sect like this naturally had to keep a low profile. However, as soon as they arrived, the city lord of Great Yu had already appeared. It was not good for them to move again, so they had to stay where they were. At this time, Li Chongqing found that Greenwood Divine Lord was not far away from him. His strange beast mount had been put away, and he stood there alone. However, the area around him was a vacuum, and the powerful aura he emitted made people not dare to approach him. "Get lost," Greenwood Divine Lord said coldly when he saw Li Chongqing and the others were not far away from him. Taoist Zishan was about to retreat, but she couldn't move Li Chongqing even after pulling him a few times. Her face was filled with anxiety. Greenwood Divine Lord's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He didn't expect that Li Chongqing would dare to go against him. At this moment, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped toward Li Chongqing. He didn't care that the city lord of Great Yu had already appeared and whether his action would annoy the city lord of Great Yu. Many people were attracted by the situation. Greenwood Divine Lord had just broken through to the Earth Immortal realm and was in the limelight recently. No one expected that someone would dare to provoke him. His palm formed a transparent palm in the air, and fell down with great power. Li Chongqing had no intention of dodging. He raised his hand and met the palm. The falling palm was instantly broken. Greenwood Divine Lord is an expert with the Earth Immortal Sword. His attack was broken just like that. This young man is not ordinary. Everyone who witnessed the scene had a strange look in their eyes. Chapter 840. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing that his attack was broken, Greenwood's eyes immediately flashed with anger. Originally, he just wanted to teach Li Chongqing a lesson, but Li Chongqing made him lose face in front of so many people, which immediately enraged him. He was arrogant and domineering, and now that he had broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, he would not tolerate any disobedience. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from his body, and he was about to attack Li Chongqing with all his strength. The surrounding people were shocked, and they quickly distanced themselves from him. A great battle was about to break out. Finally, the Lord of Great U City said coldly, "Today, I've invited all the heroes to a banquet. Greenwood, if you continue to attack, you're not giving me face. Although I'm not strong enough, I have 13 forces behind me. If you insist on attacking, you're going against all of us." As soon as the Lord of Great U City finished speaking, the attack that Greenwood was about to unleash gradually dissipated. Indeed, no matter how strong he was, he did not dare to offend 13 forces at once. "Kid, you're good. I'll remember you," Greenwood said in a gloomy voice. "You should thank the Lord of Great U City for speaking up. Otherwise, you'd be a corpse now." Li Chongqing's voice became even more arrogant. The surrounding people burst into an uproar. They did not expect that Li Chongqing was not afraid of Greenwood at all. Reverend Zishan's face turned bitter. In an instant, a vacuum was formed around Li Chongqing. Obviously, because he dared to go against Greenwood, he was listed as one of the people who should not be provoked by many. Of course, many people in the crowd recognized Cloud Dynasty sect, and they were surprised. A small Cloud Dynasty sect dared to provoke an Earth Immortal, which was an eye-opener for them. At the same time, they felt that Cloud Dynasty sect was not far from death. The banquet began, and wine and meat were served separately. For those super-strong experts, the Lord of Great U City personally came to propose a toast. Although the Lord of Great U City had not reached the Earth Immortal realm, the force he represented was extraordinary, and even the King of Sacred Mountain was polite to him. Finally, he came to Li Chongqing's side, and Reverend Zishan hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Your Excellency is so proud that you dare to fight against Sir God Greenwood. May I know which force you are from?" Great U City Lord asked. He was very curious, as he couldn't think of Li Chongqing's identity, no matter how hard he tried. "I am a guest of the Cloud Dynasty sect." "Cloud Dynasty sect?" The city lord frowned and asked, "Is that the second-grade sect?" He found it unbelievable that a small second-grade sect dared to offend an expert like Divine Lord Azure Wood. "Mr. Li, the foreign elder of my sect, is reckless and has offended someone he should not have offended. Please, City Lord of Great U, come forward and mediate. I'm willing to apologize to Divine Lord Greenwood." Taoist Zishan hurriedly said. Li Chongqing had offended Divine Lord Greenwood, so he wanted to die. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Great U City sneered. "So it turns out that you're just a weakling. Now you know how to be afraid. What did you do earlier?" Of course. Although he said this, his expression had already turned cold. How could a second-grade sect with a bunch of ignorant fools be worthy of him personally coming over to propose a toast? "Do you think the City Lord of Great U will help us?" Elder Xiong Yujing looked at Taoist Zishan. At this moment, the City Lord of Great U had already walked toward Divine Lord Greenwood on the other side. "Who knows? Let's leave it to fate." Taoist Zishan looked dispirited, like a frosted eggplant. After leaving Li Chongqing and the others, the city lord of Great Yu went straight to Divine Lord Greenwood's place. After whispering to Divine Lord Greenwood for a while, he walked toward other forces. At this moment, Divine Lord Greenwood cast a cold glance at him and said, "Kid, I'll remember you." Divine Lord Greenwood's voice was gloomy and full of coldness. Many people around cast a pitying look at Li Chongqing. Everyone knew that Divine Lord Greenwood was not someone to be trifled with. "You'd better not mess with me. I don't care if you are Divine Lord Greenwood or some other Divine Lord. If you mess with me, I'll make sure you die a horrible death," Li Chongqing retorted without hesitation. Many people's faces suddenly changed. They did not expect that Li Chongqing would still refuse to be outdone at this moment. They were all wondering what Li Chongqing's trump card was. In the distance, the city lord of Great Yu, who was talking with another expert, cast a mocking look and thought to himself, "This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. Send someone to warn him. Don't think that just because I'm maintaining order in Great Yu's royal city, he can make enemies at will. If he messes with Divine Lord Greenwood again, I won't stop him next time. Let him be responsible for his own life and death." The city lord of Great Yu said to a subordinate next to him. The subordinate nodded and walked to Li Chongqing's place with a cold face, then repeated the words of the city lord of Great Yu. Li Chongqing just twitched his mouth disdainfully and said, "Please tell the city lord that I never need his protection." On the other side, the city lord of Great Yu had a cold look in his eyes. He did not expect Li Chongqing to be so arrogant. Even he could not help but want to attack Li Chongqing, let alone Divine Lord Greenwood. This young man is really something. He doesn't even take the city lord of Great Yu seriously. I think he knows that he won't have a good ending after offending Divine Lord Greenwood. That's why he decided to go all out. I don't think so. There's no fear on his face. He must have something to rely on. Everyone was talking about it. But no matter what, Cloud Dynasty sect had become famous in an instant. After the banquet was over, Great Yu's royal city arranged accommodations for all who were going to participate in the war. Of course, the accommodations were divided into 9 grades. Powerhouses in the Earth's celestial stage, such as the King of the Holy Mountain, Yangjing, and the Greenwood Divine Lord were naturally treated as distinguished guests and were personally invited into the city governor's mansion. Powerhouses in the Finger Profound realm were also assigned to superior private residences. Those below could only squeeze into inns or even set up tents in the square. There were too many people going to Heaven Capital Peak, and Great Yu's royal city did not have so many accommodations for everyone. As a second-grade sect, Cloud Dynasty sect's sect master, Reverend Zishan, was a profound finger expert. She should have been given a courtyard, but in the end she was given a tent in the square. The several elders and disciples of the Cloud Dynasty sect were furious. "He's bullying us." Yuan Chushue was the angriest. She was the daughter of the white-robed sect, and with this identity, she should have a courtyard. Divine Lord Greenwood was invited to the City Lord's mansion by the City Lord, but not long after he left the square, he returned and stared coldly at Li Chongqing. The surrounding air suddenly froze, and a great fighting spirit rose from Divine Lord Greenwood. A fight was about to break out. All the people of Cloud Dynasty sect tensed up, and they were extremely nervous. After all, this was an Earth immortal. On the other hand, as one of the parties involved, Li Chongqing's expression was incomparably relaxed. Even though his opponent was at the earthly celestial stage, Li Chongqing didn't take him seriously. If his opponent attacked, Li Chongqing was confident that he could take his opponent's life within 10 moves. Before breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm, Li Chongqing did not want to be too ostentatious, but if someone provoked him, he would not mind giving a warning to those who had eyes but failed to see. Chapter 841. Divine Lord Greenwood, you are arrogant because you are an earth immortal, but I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Li Chongqing said in an indifferent voice. There was no terrifying aura emanating from his body, but at this moment, he gave people a feeling that he was not weaker than Divine Lord Greenwood, because he was too calm. Divine Lord Greenwood clenched his fists, but he did not attack. Instead, he licked his lips and turned to leave with an evil smile. Everyone in Cloud Dynasty sect breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, countless divine senses disappeared in an instant. Obviously, the battle just now had alarmed many experts in the city. After breaking through to the Earth Immortal Realm, Divine Lord Greenwood has become arrogant and domineering. He has made so many enemies. In Great Yu's royal city, he will not easily attack because of the forces that control the city. Reverend Zishan analyzed, but this enmity has already been formed. As long as we leave Great Yu's royal city, we will definitely be attacked by Divine Lord Greenwood. Reverend Zishan was so worried that she even suggested returning to Cloud Dynasty sect directly instead of participating in the battle between the righteous and evil. After all, after the battle between the righteous and evil, rewards would be given according to one's contributions. If Cloud Dynasty sect wanted to become a 6th grade sect, it had to make contributions in such a battle to promote the sect again and receive more tributes from the countries. No need. If Divine Lord Greenwood comes, I will deal with him, Li Chongqing said coldly. Then, he walked to his tent and settled down. Yuan Chuxue and Chunling also went back. They were a little tired after the journey. Several disciples of Cloud Dynasty sect were shaking their heads. It was true that Li Chongqing had destroyed Ancient Fiend sect and saved Cloud Dynasty sect, but now he had provoked a dangerous figure like Divine Lord Greenwood. Some people were dissatisfied with Li Chongqing, but they did not say it out loud. After staying one night in Great Yu's royal city, they were about to set off the next day. However, just as they arrived at the gate, a troop of soldiers came whistling through the air and rushed directly into Li Chongqing's camp. It was the Deputy General of King of Sacred Mountain. When King of Sacred Mountain entered the city yesterday, Li Chongqing had noticed him. Scram! The Deputy General was just as arrogant as the Sacred Mountain King. When he saw that Li Chongqing didn't move aside, he raised his hooves and almost stomped on Li Chongqing's head. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? With a ferocious look on his face, the whip in his hand was aimed directly at Li Chongqing's face. Li Chongqing raised his hand and grabbed the whip that was coming down. With a forceful tug, the whip was split in half. The deputy on the horse looked at the two halves of the whip and immediately revealed an angry expression. He pulled out a long sword from his waist and pointed it at Li Chongqing's position. At the same time, the soldiers behind him rushed out from both sides and surrounded all the people of Cloud Dynasty sect. In front of the city gate, many people who were about to leave the city stopped in their track. Many guards on the city wall also cast their gazes down. The black-robed city lord of Great Yu and king of Sacred Mountain, Yang Jing, stood side by side at the center of the city. City Lord, Great Yu Royal City was originally the property of Great Yu Kingdom. Great Yu has been destroyed for many years, and as the descendant of the 6 founding kings of Great Yu Dynasty, I have the responsibility to take back Great Yu Royal City. In this war between the righteous and evil, I will surely accumulate enough merits, and when the time comes, I will propose to take back Great Yu Royal City. King of Sacred Mountain said politely. He had always been arrogant and domineering. If it weren't for the sake of taking back Great Yu Royal City, he wouldn't be so humble. The city lord nodded. I understand what you mean, King of the Sacred Mountain, but you should know that it is because of the existence of Great Yu Imperial City that I can become the city lord. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I be respected by so many people? The lord of Great Yu City looked troubled. Don't worry, city lord. This time, I've prepared 30 boxes of good stuff for you. As long as you help me convince the various forces, and they don't stop me when I take back Great Yu's imperial city, those things will all belong to you. Good, King of Sacred Mountain is indeed a righteous man. Do you want me to deal with that little minion down there? The city lord looked at Li Chongqing, who was standing below. City lord, you said he is just a little minion. My deputy is enough to deal with him. King of Sacred Mountain said casually. Ha ha. I heard that your deputy is also at the peak of Profound Realm. I congratulate you on taking back Great Yu Royal City and rebuilding Great Yu Kingdom as soon as possible. Below the city wall, soldiers in black armor surrounded the people of Cloud Dynasty sect. Their dragon-blood horses neighed and their iron hooves shook the ground. The people around them took the initiative to distance themselves, forming circles around them. The King of Sacred Mountain was one of the top experts in the world. It was big news that his deputy had a conflict with someone. Li Chongqing stood in the middle of the road, his eyes cold. There was no murderous aura around him, but he gave people a feeling that he was as immovable as a mountain. I am the deputy of the King of Sacred Mountain. How dare you destroy my whip? You are courting death. The bearded deputy glared at Li Chongqing with his eyes wide open. Li Chongqing only sneered when he heard that. You want to whip me? Do you think I will just stand here and let you whip me? What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. At that moment, his aura surged like a tsunami. The dragon-blood horse neighed in panic and took a few steps back. The golden dragon spear appeared in Li Chongqing's hand. The tip of the spear was pointed at the deputy of the King of Sacred Mountain. At that moment, a murderous aura filled the air, and the people around them felt a chill in their hearts. The deputy of the King of Sacred Mountain suddenly showed some fear in his eyes. At that moment, he knew Li Chongqing's cultivation level. He was at the peak of the Profound Finger Realm, and was not weaker than him. This was an opponent worthy of being treated as an equal. If he had encountered such an expert in the past, he would not have easily attacked even if he was the deputy of the King of Sacred Mountain. But now, he had no way out. In Great Yu's imperial city, the King of Sacred Mountain was a descendant of the Great Yu dynasty's 6 founding kings. He was determined to reclaim Great Yu's imperial city and rebuild his kingdom. As the deputy of the King of Sacred Mountain, if he was scared off by an unknown cultivator, it would damage the King of Sacred Mountain's prestige. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. The soldiers behind him moved and formed an all shape. It was a kind of battle formation that could condense the entire army's aura into one. The King of Sacred Mountain's men always regarded themselves as generals on the battlefield instead of pure cultivators. That was why they used a battle formation against the enemy instead of fighting Li Chongqing alone. The deputy of the King of Sacred Mountain was once a proud son of heaven who was recruited by the King of Sacred Mountain to serve him. If he can make him use a battle formation to fight the enemy, he must be treating him as an opponent of the same level. This young man seems to be a guest elder of the Cloud Dynasty sect. When did the Cloud Dynasty sect produce such an expert? His cultivation base is on par with the deputy of the King of Sacred Mountain, but the deputy obviously has no intention of fighting him alone. In the face of a battle formation, he will die. On the city wall, the King of Sacred Mountain stood with his hands behind his back. His face was expressionless. Clearly, he was very confident in his deputy's strength. After I kill you, I'll go and take the King of Sacred Mountain's head. When I entered the city that day, I didn't want to bicker with you people. Do you really think I'm a bodhisattva who has no temper? Li Chongqing spoke in a cold voice that caused an uproar. It took a lot of courage to point a spear at the King of Sacred Mountain. As for the King of Sacred Mountain on the city wall, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Challenging his authority in front of so many people was a death sentence. How dare you be rude to the king of Sacred Mountain? You will die today. The deputy's aura reached its peak. The void behind him began to distort, and a murderous intent shot up to the sky. This was definitely a cultivator who had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Such a cultivator was even more terrifying. You've made all the preparations, haven't you? Can we fight now? Li Chongqing said plainly with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The other party had a team of elite cavalry, and they still needed time to build up their power. In comparison, Li Chongqing was only one person, and he seemed to be more at ease. He had the demeanor of a cultivator. He's waiting for the other party to finish building up their power. He's so arrogant. I wonder what trump card he has. Maybe he doesn't know how powerful the King of Sacred Mountain's deputy is. He thinks that the other party is just a deputy and underestimates him. The eyes of the King of Sacred Mountain's deputy were filled with anger. Li Chongqing's words were undoubtedly mocking him. Boom, 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 rumble. The other party finally couldn't help but attack. His sword brought a flash of light as it slashed at Li Chongqing. The cavalry behind him shouted. The powerful aura was enough to make one's expression change. This was the true power of a battle formation. It was even more shocking and intimidating. Boom! The ardent dragon spear in Li Chongqing's hand suddenly pierced out, and a terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami. The deputy general in the lead almost instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the aura, and the army formation behind him was in disarray from the impact, with casualties everywhere. He defeated the enemy with one move. I used this move casually. It seems to be effective. I'll call it the Army Destroyer. Li Chongqing smiled faintly. At the same time, he looked up at the King of Sacred Mountain on the city wall. He raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand and aimed it at the other party. Keep your men in check, or you'll be the next one to die. You have a death wish. No matter how well-mannered the King of Sacred Mountain was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage at that moment. He put his hands on the city wall and glared at Li Chongqing. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that the air around them seemed to have frozen. Dense cavalry appeared from all directions and sealed off the area. They were all the King of Sacred Mountain's subordinates. The King of Sacred Mountain gripped the sword at his waist, ready to fight himself. A battle was about to break out. Chapter 842. Please calm down, King of the Sacred Mountain, the city lord said in a low voice. The war between the good and evil is imminent, and this Li Chongqing was able to break the army formation with a single strike of his spear. If he's not an Earth immortal, it's impossible for him to do that. Once the war starts, the consequences will be unimaginable. Upon hearing the city lord's words, the King of the Sacred Mountain only snorted coldly. So what if he's an Earth immortal? I can still kill him. Yes, I know you're very powerful, King of the Sacred Mountain, but the city is full of people who want to fish in troubled waters. Once a war like this breaks out, many people with ulterior motives will definitely take the opportunity to stir up the situation. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to explain myself. As the city lord, I can't just sit back and watch a war like this happen. I beg you, King of the Sacred Mountain, to give me some face and kill him after we leave the city. Humph! The King of the Sacred Mountain slammed his palm on the city wall, causing the entire city's formation to shake. The city lord's face turned pale. Only now did he realize how terrifying the King of the Sacred Mountain was. If he didn't have such a sensitive identity as the city lord, he wouldn't be qualified to stand side by side with the King of the Sacred Mountain. King of the Sacred Mountain, please give me some face and spare his life for the time being. Besides, Great U City will be your capital after you establish your kingdom. You don't want to see it destroyed in a war, do you? Fine. Finally, the King of the Sacred Mountain took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and coldly spat out a single word. He uttered coldly, "Let him live for a few more hours." As soon as he finished speaking, he whispered to the other deputy general beside him, "Open up a path." "Yes." The deputy general nodded. Soon, the soldiers who surrounded Li Chongqing and the others slowly dispersed. The spectators, who had been waiting for a great battle to break out, looked at the tower in confusion, thinking, "The king of the sacred mountain is famous for being arrogant and despotic. Why is he tolerating the death of his lieutenant today?" Someone who knew the whole story and could see through the current situation explained, "Great Yu's royal city is guarded by a city lord. If something goes wrong, the city lord will not be able to answer to the power behind him. So, the sacred mountain king wants to use the city lord's help to make peace, so that Great Yu's royal city will return to his hands and be used as the capital of his future kingdom. There are more than a dozen powers behind the city lord, including the 3 sacred lands. Even the sacred mountain king dares not to mess with them, so naturally, he will not ruin the deal with the city lord just because of the death of a deputy general. Of course, the boy who killed the deputy general will only live for a few more hours. Li Chongqing and the others had left Great Yu City, and were now rushing toward Heaven Capital Peak. In this battle between good and evil, rewards would be given out based on contributions. Those with outstanding contributions would be given land. The structure of Heaven Capital Planet had not changed for thousands of years. Now, whether it was establishing a sect or a dynasty, it was a great opportunity to enjoy the glory and wealth of the mortal world. Someone is following us secretly. Reverend Zishan's face was full of worry. Although the sacred mountain king did not take action at that time, everyone knew that the crisis was not over yet. Azure Wood Divine Lord is here. Many disciples of Cloud Dynasty sect had unsightly faces. Yuan Chuxue and Chunling clenched their fists. In Great Yu City, Azure Wood Divine Lord had wanted to take action several times. Now that they were out of the city, they were afraid that he would not be able to hold back. Sure enough, after catching up with Li Chongqing and the others, Azure Wood Divine Lord did not continue his journey. Instead, he kept a distance between them, like a lion aiming at its prey, ready to strike at any time. Divine Lord, why do you need to take action personally to deal with a junior? A man appeared next to Azure Wood Divine Lord with a fawning face. Many people recognized the man's identity. This man's name is Zhan Yu. He used to be a genius on par with Azure Wood Divine Lord. Unfortunately, Azure Wood Divine Lord had stepped into the Earth Immortal Realm early, while he was still stuck at the peak of the Finger Profound Realm. I heard that this man has always been on good terms with Azure Wood Divine Lord. It seems that he wants to help Azure Wood Divine Lord. The man named Zhan Yu walked towards the direction of Yunchao Zone. This man had an imposing appearance and a height of 1.9 meters. He had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he walked over, Yunchao Zong and the others all tensed up. This was definitely a strong enemy. Who among you dares to disrespect Azure Wood Divine Lord? Get out here and die. After the man walked over, he said in a cold voice. His eyes locked onto Li Chongqing, and he did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. The people of Cloud Dynasty sect all stopped and clenched the weapons in their hands. The man's aura was too strong. Apart from Reverend Zishan, who could barely keep calm, the others were all nervous. I am Yuan Chuxue, the daughter of the White Robe sect's leader. If you dare to attack Li Chongqing, you are going against my White Robe sect and Cloud Dynasty sect. The White Robe sect and Cloud Dynasty sect had 5 or 6 Finger Profound Realm expert. They were indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, Zhan Yu only sneered disdainfully. You dare to threaten me with 2 second-rank sects? You really don't know what's good for you. The man took a step forward. Under the terrifying aura, Yuan Chuxue took 3 steps back. Her face was pale. Many people who were watching the show were secretly shocked. Just his aura alone could cause such an effect. Such strength was absolutely terrifying. What's the point of bullying a weak girl? Li Chongqing pulled Yuan Chushue behind him and stared straight at Zhan Yu. I don't know your name, so I'll call you a lackey. You were disrespectful to my friend just now. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I can forgive you. As soon as Li Chongqing finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened. Zhan Yu's eyes were filled with anger. You're courting death. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed, and a cold, killing intent raged on the spot. Obviously, he was angered by Li Chongqing and was about to attack. Everyone held their breath because a shocking battle was about to happen. After all, although Zhan Yu was not in the Earth's celestial realm, he was definitely one of the people who were infinitely close to the Earth's celestial realm. He could break through at any time. Whoosh! The sword radiance scattered and slashed directly at Li Chongqing. However, before it could get close, the scorching dragon spear whizzed out and broke the sword radiance. The remaining power bombarded the man's chest. Boom! In an instant, Zhan Yu hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was still pierced by the sword radiance. His body flew back more than 10 meters, and he kept vomiting blood. The onlookers were horrified. Zhan Yu was at the peak of the Finger Profound Realm, infinitely close to the Earth's celestial realm, but he couldn't withstand a single blow. Li Chongqing's strength made many people tremble. Boy! Out of the city, without the restrictions of the city rules, let's see who can save you. Divine Lord Greenwood stood out. If you want to fight, go ahead. I've been annoyed by you for a long time. Li Chongqing held the golden spear in his hand. He was majestic and didn't show any weakness. His aura was extremely powerful, and it was not weaker than Divine Lord Greenwood's. Divine Lord Greenwood couldn't help but frown. Facing Li Chongqing, he suddenly felt uneasy. Chapter 843. Brother Greenwood, I heard that an honored guest of a small second-grade sect is very arrogant. Do you need my help? A white-robed figure appeared in the distant sky. He was holding a folding fan and looked elegant. He was looking at Li Chongqing with a sneer. Young Master Jade Face. Someone recognized the other party's identity. So it's Brother Jade Face. You came just in time. Sir God Greenwood's originally nervous heart was completely relaxed. It's not just me. A few of my brothers are here too. As soon as young Master Jade Face finished speaking, there was a roar of strange beasts. A group of people riding strange beasts rushed over. The 5 people in front had the strongest aura. They were not weaker than young Master Jade Face, and were only slightly weaker than Sir God Greenwood. Although the others were not as strong as these 5 people, they were not ordinary either. They were all in the Finger Profound Realm. More than 20 Finger Profound Realm experts stood together. Their aura alone was enough to change the wind and clouds in the sky. Looking at these people, Sir God Greenwood could not help but laugh. With these people coming to help, they were equivalent to 2 or 3 Earth Immortal Realm experts. These were the friends he had made over the years. They used to be on equal footing with him. After he broke through to the Earth Immortal Realm, the gap between them widened. None of them were mediocre. Many people around felt sorry for Li Chongqing. Yun Chao's sect and the others were already in despair. With so many people joining forces, how could they fight? It seemed that there was no hope at all. Many people looked at Li Chongqing with resentment. They thought that Li Chongqing had attracted such a strong enemy. Finally, the sect leader of Yun Chao's sect, Sage Zishan, took a step forward and said loudly, I now officially announce that Li Chongqing is no longer an honored guest of Yun Chao's sect. Yun Chao's sect has nothing to do with him. Qin Ling Bai Chuan, and many disciples who were on Li Chongqing's side were stunned. Drawing a clear line with Li Chongqing at this time, isn't this hitting him when he is down? Sect leader, how can you do this? Qin Ling questioned. She was very disappointed. I have to be responsible for the sect, so this is something that can't be helped. Sage Zishan's old face turned red. Such behavior was disgraceful. Ha. Cloud Dynasty sect master is indeed wise. Emperor Greenwood said with a complacent smile. He was very satisfied with the result. He watched the people who were against him betray him and were eventually trampled to death. Brat, even your sect doesn't want you anymore. This is the result of provoking me. Do you regret it now? Sir God Greenwood said with a sneer. Beside him, Jade-Face young master said coldly, I'm afraid he's scared to death in his heart. As long as he has a chance to live, he would be willing to kneel down and beg for mercy. The people behind him laughed wildly. Everyone's eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Li Chongqing. In their eyes, Li Chongqing was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Li Chongqing only looked at them coldly. He was a little disappointed with Cloud Dynasty sect. He treated these people's provocations as dog bark. I'm afraid this kid has already been scared silly. A man was riding an exotic beast, circling Li Chongqing in circles, showing off his prowess. You talk a lot of nonsense. The scorching dragon spear in his hand pierced through the man's chest. The man spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. He had lost his vitality. Li Chongqing took action without hesitation. The man had no chance to react and died an unnatural death. As the man's body fell heavily to the ground, the smell of blood began to spread. Li Chongqing held the spear that was still dripping with blood and looked at Emperor Greenwood and the others quietly. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, but a tragic aura had already arisen spontaneously. How dare you kill people in front of so many of us? It seems that you really don't know how to write the word death. Emperor Greenwood's eyes were cold. The people who came to help slowly surrounded Li Chongqing. All kinds of powerful auras rose and locked onto Li Chongqing. These people were all from sects above the 7th grade. They were the talents of each sect. This time, they were going to participate in the battle between good and evil. Some of them even brought the heirloom treasures of their sections. At this moment, a dangerous aura emanated from them. Such a group was enough to kill an earthly immortal. Kid, kneel down and kowtow. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood and let you be my servant. Emperor Greenwood's face was ferocious. Come at me together. In my eyes, you're just a group of wild dogs. Li Chongqing said flatly, completely infuriating the other party. Attack! Jade-Faced Master ordered. All kinds of attacks immediately flew out, covering half of the sky and drowning Li Chongqing. Under such an attack, the space around Li Chongqing became chaotic almost instantly. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the people of the Cloud Dynasty sect hurriedly retreated. Only Qinlinger Yuan Chushua and Bai Chuan stood side by side with Li Chongqing. However, under such spells, their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with despair. Under such attacks, even an earthly immortal wouldn't be able to withstand and would be blasted to pieces. In the next second, Li Chongqing took out the mountain that he refined from ancient demon sect. It grew to 1,000 feet in the air and blocked all the attacks. At the same time, he dragged the Black Mountain and flew into the air. Standing in the air, he looked coldly at the people who attacked. You can actually block our attacks. Looks like you have some skills. Jade-Faced Master waved the folding fan in his hand. Although he looked calm, he was actually very shocked. No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly. Turns out that you have something to rely on. That was just an appetizer. Next, I'll let you taste the taste of the main course. As soon as Jade-Faced Master finished speaking, Li Chongqing had already smashed down the mountain in his hand from the sky without waiting for them to attack. Rumble! The weight of the mountain was terrifying. When it fell from the sky, it carried a strong impact and set off an endless gale. Bang, 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 bang! Under the mountain, 5 experts exploded into a mist of blood. They didn't even have time to scream. Li Chongqing lifted the mountain again and charged forward. The weight of the mountain was too great. Those who touched it would die, and those who touched it would be injured. In the blink of an eye, another 7 experts were killed. 1/3 of the group of more than 20 people was gone. The ground was littered with broken limbs, and the smell of blood permeated the air. The people who witnessed this scene all trembled, feeling endlessly shocked. Eat my move. Jade-faced Master finally couldn't help but attack. The folding fan in his hand brought up a gale and formed a tornado that swept towards Li Changxing. In the next second, Li Changxing pushed the mountain forward and smashed the folding fan into pieces. The remaining force didn't reduce as it smashed towards Jade-faced Master. Jade-faced Master quickly retreated a few hundred meters. The place where he was just now had a huge crater and the ground was shaking. This person is actually so terrifying. Jade-faced Master looked at Li Changxing in shock. He felt a little uneasy and was no longer as calm as before. Again, Li Changxing activated the seal of mountains and rivers and activated the mountain in his hand. The combination of the seal of mountains and rivers displayed an unparalleled power as it smashed towards Jade-faced Master. Jade-faced Master kept dodging but was still accidentally hit. His body was sent flying a few hundred meters. When he landed on the ground, he didn't know how many bones were broken. Blood was spat out as his eyes were finally filled with fear. In the next second, the Black Mountain smashed down again. Jade-faced Master was shocked to find that the space around him had been sealed. He couldn't dodge and his eyes were filled with despair. Help! Chapter 844. Jade-faced Master was really scared. Li Changxing was too terrifying. He was a devil. Although the Black Evil Mountain had not been completely refined into a magic treasure, with its great weight, it was definitely an invincible weapon in Li Changxing's hands. He stood in mid-air and the Black Evil Mountain was flying around like a toy. But only those who had personally experienced the power of the Black Evil Mountain knew how terrifying it was in Li Changxing's hands. Rumble! A casual blow could sink the earth and shatter the void. It was truly devastating. One of the 5 experts who came later wanted to help, but in the next second, the upper half of his body exploded. Only his legs fell from the sky and blood splattered across the sky. Li Changxing's hair fluttered and he was like a devil. Since he had started killing, he would not hold back. Wherever he passed, flesh and blood splattered. No one was his match. He's a devil. In the blink of an eye, there were only a dozen experts left. They were pushed all the way by Li Changxing. Finally, someone was scared out of his wits and began to escape. But it was not that easy. The Black Evil Mountain fell and swept across. Let's join forces. The remaining 4 experts who came later gathered their genuine chi together to form a huge shield pattern. However, it was smashed by the Black Evil Mountain and the 4 of them were crushed into a bloody mist at the same time. Rumble! A large white umbrella sprinkled down 10,000 rays of light, blocking Li Changxing's Black Fiend Mountain. It was a magic treasure with powerful defense. His strength lies in the mountain. Now that the mountain is entangled, it's a good time to kill him. Jade-faced Master shouted loudly. The people who had fled in all directions hesitated for a moment. At the same time, they chose to return and attack Li Changxing again. At the same time, Sir God Greenwood, who had been waiting for an opportunity at the side, also took action. He cast a dead tree in the air and directly attacked Li Changxing. In an instant, the void around Li Changxing was imprisoned. Die! Sir God Greenwood kept pushing his magic power. Li Changxing felt as if his body was bound by countless shackles, unable to move. Many people looked excited, thinking that this was the best time to kill Li Changxing. Countless magic treasures fell towards Li Changxing, and the surroundings became a sea of spells. The spectators retreated again and again, as if doomsday had arrived. Li Changxing raised his head and stared at the withered tree. This was a very strange magical artifact that could control the power of space. Rumble! While Li Chongqing was observing the dead tree, all kinds of attacks were approaching. Some people didn't even hesitate to activate their magic tools to self-destruct. They were willing to pay a huge price just to kill Li Chongqing. This was definitely a terrifying scene. The energy continued to churn, and the area within a radius of several dozen kilometers turned into chaos. All sorts of astral winds were formed. The energy was like a tsunami, wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last. No matter how strong he is, he should have died. Taoist Zishan muttered to himself. Chen Linger had been sent to the periphery by Li Chongqing in advance. At this moment, her face was filled with sorrow. Mr. was originally a genius. If he could have kept a low profile and broken through to the Earth Immortal stage, he would have become an existence no weaker than the king of the sacred mountain. Even Sir God Greenwood would have to be respectful when he sees him. Unfortunately, he was too high profile, which led to this disaster. Chen Linger's master, Xiong Yujing, sighed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out of the chaos. He raised his hand and grabbed the dead tree. All kinds of energy under his feet were shattered into pieces as soon as they came within 3 feet of his body. He was invulnerable. How could this be? He's unscathed under such an attack. Everyone was horrified. Sir God Greenwood sneered. How could my void tree be taken away so easily? Sure enough, in the next second, ripples formed on the withered tree, and green branches appeared on Li Chongqing's hands and feet, trapping him in the air in the shape of the Chinese character. The green branches and leaves were actually formed from strands of void laws. Great void technique. Li Chongqing was also surprised. It was said that at the beginning of the world and the chaos, there were 3,000 great ways, 3,000 heterodox ways, and 3,000 minor ways. There were a total of 9,000. The Great Void technique was ranked at the top of the 3,000 minor ways. When cultivated to the highest level, it could evolve into one of the most mysterious ways of the 3,000 great ways, the way of space. He's been imprisoned. Everyone, kill him quickly! Sir God Greenwood was the first to bear the brunt. A wooden sword turned into a green light and pierced Li Chongqing's chest. At this point in the battle, he was also afraid of Li Chongqing. He knew that Li Chongqing was a peerless enemy. If he couldn't kill Li Chongqing today, he might be the one to die if they met somewhere else in the future. Whoosh! All kinds of celestial artifacts fell like a storm. Break for me! A faceless head flew out from the heavily injured jade-faced master's glabella. Its hair was more than 100 feet long, and it wrapped around Li Chongqing. Once this move was used, there was an uproar. This was the origin of Jade-Faced Master's name. The most powerful killing move of the cultivation technique, he learned, was the faceless head, which was a mental attack. Wherever the head passed, no matter if it was violent energy or powerful celestial artifacts, nothing could touch it. This was the horror of mental attack. It could ignore physical attacks. However, in the next second, a golden sword flew out from Li Chongqing's glabella and pierced into the faceless head. Ah! Jade-Faced Master held his head and kept rolling on the ground. The faceless head was the manifestation of his mental strength. However, it was destroyed by Li Chongqing, causing irreparable damage to him. Crack! Li Chongqing slowly retracted his arms and broke the power of the rules of the void. At the same time, a ruler flew out from the top of his head and blocked all the attacks. Black Fiend Mountain rose into the sky and smashed down rapidly. 7 to 8 profound finger realm experts exploded one after another. The most shocked person was Sir God Azure Wood. He felt that he had lost control of the Void Wood. No! Black Fiend Mountain smashed down and smashed Jade-Faced Master, who had recovered with great difficulty, into pieces. Then, Li Chongqing swallowed the Void Wood in his hand. In an instant, there was a loud roar from his body, and his entire body became illusory. What is he doing? refining the opponent's celestial artifact on the spot? Sir God Azure Wood's eyes were about to burst. The void wood was extremely precious. He had obtained it by chance, and it was an item for him to prove his Tao in the future. If Li Chongqing were to refine it, it would be a great loss to him. In the next second, he rushed towards Li Chongqing without caring about anything else. He wanted to stop Li Chongqing from refining it. Everyone, let's attack together. This person is courting death. He is refining my celestial artifact during the battle. It is the best time to kill him. Sir God Azure Wood roared. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. They were delighted and felt that it was a good time to escape. They fled in all directions. A bunch of short-sighted guys. Sir God Azure Wood snorted. He grabbed the green wooden sword in his hand and slashed out crisscrossing sword radiance towards Li Chongqing. Chapter 845. Li Chongqing's body emitted a thunder-like roar, as if a river was surging and a deity was beating a drum. He was forcibly refining the wood of void. On the surface of his body, the power of rules of the void kept flashing and his whole body became illusory. Holding the wooden sword, Sir God Greenwood stabbed at Li Chongqing's glabella. He wanted to kill Li Chongqing completely while Li Chongqing was refining the wood of void. Boom! Li Chongqing suddenly raised his head and his black hair danced wildly. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. His roar went straight to the sky and pierced the void. The powerful force stirred the clouds in the sky into pieces. Then, the thunder-like roar in his body suddenly stopped and his whole body became solid again. How is this possible? He actually refined the wood of void. Crack! Li Chongqing reached out and grabbed the flying wooden sword. He squeezed it hard and countless cracks appeared on the wooden sword. Then, it broke into pieces and floated down from the sky. Poochie! Sir God Greenwood's body flew backward quickly. His face was as pale as paper and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole face was filled with horror. Li Chongqing's body turned into a shadow in the sky and chased after him. He raised his fist and punched repeatedly. Sir God Greenwood could only resist without any strength to fight back. His body was almost broken and he did not dare to fight with Li Chongqing again. He ran away desperately. Everyone below was stunned, especially the people of Cloud Dynasty sect. They felt it was unbelievable. He beat up an Earth immortal. Isn't Honorable Li too powerful? Sage Zishan was dumbfounded. He is no longer an honorable guest. He has been expelled from Cloud Dynasty sect. Yuan Chushua said angrily. She was very ashamed of Cloud Dynasty sect's action of getting rid of a donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Chen Ling didn't say anything, but her gaze towards Taoist Master Zishan was filled with disappointment. Taoist Zishan rubbed his nose awkwardly, feeling helpless in his heart. If he was alone, he might have the guts to risk his life and death with Li Chongqing. However, he had to be responsible for the other disciples of his sect. He couldn't possibly lose the lives of so many disciples just because of a single Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing threw out a few punches in the air, causing the Azure Gate Divine Lord's body to shatter. His skin cracked and he was covered in blood. The last punch will take your life. Li Chongqing's voice came from the 9 heavens, mighty and majestic. When he raised his fist, a terrifying power gathered on his fist. Please spare my life. Divine Emperor Greenwood's pleading voice could be heard. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Li Chongqing was simply too terrifying. If he did not beg for mercy, he would completely disappear from this world. Would begging be of any use? Obviously it was. Li Chongqing shook his head. I didn't mean to provoke you. It was you who bullied me time and time again. You only have yourself to blame for everything that happened today. As he spoke, his fist had already landed. Stop! At this moment, there was a tremor in the void and a huge palm met Li Chongqing's fist. Bang! Both parties clashed. Li Chongqing's fist force was instantly neutralized. An old man appeared. At the same time, several figures rushed over from the distant sky. Master! Divine Emperor Greenwood did not look like a human at this moment. However, when he saw the old man, he exclaimed in surprise with tears streaming down his face. Master, you're finally here. If you were any later, I wouldn't have been able to see you again. The person who came was Divine Emperor Greenwood's master, Daoist Hua Su. Li Chongqing's first impression of Daoist Hua Su was that he had a strong grasp of the void rules of order. Daoist Hua Su is the sect master of an 8th grade sect that is second only to the 3 sanctuaries. It is said that his cultivation is close to the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, Divine Emperor Greengate is already in the Earth Immortal Realm at such a young age. His sect is naturally not simple. Friend, Greenwood is the top true disciple of the Xuanguang sect. How did he offend you? Why are you so ruthless? Are you looking down on the Xuanguang sect? Daoist Hua Su's voice was dignified as he looked straight at Li Chongqing. As someone who was close to the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm, he was already a top expert in the world. Naturally, he had the confidence of a top expert. Your disciple has repeatedly caused trouble for me and tried to kill me. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. What's wrong with that? Li Chongqing sneered. Daoist Hua Su did not even ask what his disciple had done. Instead, he criticized him without reason. Even if my disciple was in the wrong first, you should spare him whenever possible. It's wrong for you to want to kill him. Haha. Requite evil with good. How should I requite good? Li Chongqing's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and suddenly hit Divine Emperor Greenwood. He actually wanted to kill Daoist Hua Su's disciple in front of him. Save me. Divine Emperor Greenwood let out a terrifying voice. Friend, I'll give you a chance. Stop immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Daoist Hua Su's face was gloomy. A few figures had arrived behind him. They were all elders of the Xuanguang sect. They were also heading to Capital Sky Peak to participate in the battle between good and evil. Originally, they were on the same path as Divine Emperor Greenwood. However, Divine Emperor Greenwood said that he wanted to find some friends to reminisce about the past. Thus, Daoist Hua Su split up with them. As long as Divine Emperor Greengate did not encounter experts from the 3 Holy Lands, almost no one could hurt him. However, he did not expect to encounter a freak like Li Chongqing. I must kill him today. Li Chongqing's fist did not stop. It seems like you won't accept the chance I've given you. The void behind Daoist Hua Su trembled. Clearly, he was really angry. Li Chongqing did not answer him. Instead, his fist smashed down mercilessly. This kid is arrogant. He doesn't even give face to Daoist Hua Su. He thinks he can be lawless just because he can defeat Divine Emperor Greenwood. I'm afraid he's going to be unlucky. Who are you? How dare you be rude to our sect master? An elder behind Daoist Hua Su reprimanded loudly. Li Chongqing's fist suddenly stopped. It seems like you've thought it through. Daoist Hua Su smiled faintly. The reason why he had not made a move yet was because Li Chongqing looked to be about the same age as Divine Emperor Greenwood. However, his strength was terrifying. He was afraid that there was some impressive sect inheritance behind him. Although the 3 Holy Lands were revered in the current world, other than the 3 Holy Lands, there were also crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the itinerant cultivators. There were impressive figures living in seclusion. Just as his smile surfaced, Li Chongqing's fist suddenly changed direction and struck at the elder who had just spoken. Whoosh! With a punch, the fist force was like a tsunami. It was earth-shattering. The elder did not expect Li Chongqing to suddenly attack him. Before he could react, he was hit. Immediately after, his body split open from the middle with a poochie sound. He turned into a bloody mist and floated down from the sky. A small elder dares to spit at me? You really don't know what death is. Li Chongqing withdrew his fist. However, the scene was already silent. Too arrogant, unscrupulous, and lawless. Taoist Hua Su's eyes were already filled with killing intent. Li Chongqing's actions were completely looking down on him. It was no different from slapping his face in front of everyone. You killed an elder of my Xuanguang sect in front of me. Kid, there's no way we can be kind today. Taoist Hua Su slowly pulled out the sword in his hand. He had already decided to attack. Chapter 846. This brat is too arrogant. If we don't kill him, where will the dignity of our Xuanguang sect be? The 6 elders locked down the void around Li Chongqing and formed a formation to prevent Li Chongqing from escaping. Seriously injuring my sect's core disciple, speaking arrogant words, and challenging the dignity of our Xuanguang sect. Friend, I don't care where your master is from. If I kill you today, even if your sect's elders come looking for me in the future, I will still be justified. Spiritual Master Hua Su had completely pulled out the sword in his hand. The sword was shining with a sharp light. It was definitely a great killing weapon. It seems that I have to send you and your disciple to hell today. Li Chongqing said coldly. Arrogant. Do you think you are a Tao reunion perfected immortal? You don't even know that you are about to die. An elder reprimanded coldly. Our Xuanguang sect is an 8th grade sect second only to the 3 holy lands on the Tian capital star. How can an ignorant brat like you provoke us? Li Chongqing held the ardent dragon spear in his hand. His body was filled with fighting spirit and a mysterious aura was circulating around him. This was a strange phenomenon caused by comprehending the rules of the void after refining the void wood. Cut the crap. Make your move. Aren't you afraid of my sect? To tell you the truth, I don't have a master. I am a self-taught genius. Li Chongqing said indifferently. Ha ha! The surrounding people shook their heads. If self-taught geniuses had such strength, how could they, the disciples of sects with thousands of years of history, endure it? However, Li Chongqing still refused to reveal his sect. It was very likely that he was a rogue cultivator. Although there were extremely powerful rogue cultivators, they were ultimately weak. Since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to kill you. The killing intent in Spiritual Master Hua Su's eyes grew stronger and stronger. If you want to make a move, just do it. There is no need to put on an act. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. In the next moment, the ardent dragon spear in his hand pierced through the void and attacked the nearest elder. After refining the void wood, Li Chongqing's use of the rules of the void space had reached a terrifying level. The spear did not give the other party any time to react and directly pierced the other party's forehead. Bang! The opponent's head exploded, and a headless corpse fell from the sky. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and widened their eyes. You dare to besiege me with such strength? Li Chongqing's mouth was filled with disdain. The remaining 5 elders quickly retreated, putting some distance between them and Li Chongqing. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. Only now did they realize how dangerous Li Chongqing was. In such a short distance, they didn't even have the chance to resist. You killed 2 elders of my profound light sect. If I don't kill you, even the heavens will not tolerate it. Taoist Master Void Transformation said in a deep voice. Seeing Li Chongqing's battle prowess, his eyelids twitched violently, and fear rose in his heart. The void wood that his disciple had obtained had been refined by Li Chongqing. This meant that Li Chongqing could ignore distance, and his speed would reach the pinnacle. Even he would find it difficult to deal with him. You elders sealed the void and wanted to wrap me up like a dumpling. If I don't kill you, should I wait for you to kill me? Li Changxing's killing intent surged like a tide. Facing Venerable Hua Su, an expert who was close to the peak of the Earth Immortal stage, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Those who oppose me, Li Changxing, will die. When these words came out, it was like thunder on a clear day, shocking everyone. He raised the ardent dragon spear and locked it on Venerable Hua Su's body. A powerful force was brewing. Then try taking a move from me. Venerable Hua Su finally made his move. The sword slashed down, cutting the air in half. A surging force surged out as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. Hula! Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and chaotic energy surged. The energy in the air constantly exploded, mercilessly cutting towards Li Changxing. This was definitely a powerful opponent. He was close to the peak of the Earth Immortal stage, and his every move had the power to split a mountain. This made Li Changxing's expression turn solemn. A Venerable Hua Su was stronger than 3 divine monarchs. This was one of the strongest enemies Li Changxing had ever encountered. As expected of the sect master of an 8th rank sect. However, in the next second, the ardent dragon spear turned into a golden sun and blocked the opponent's attack. At the same time, the mountain and river ruler, Black Fiend Mountain, and the soul-gathering banner flew out at the same time. The mountain and river ruler turned the sky into chaos, surging like a wave. The soul-gathering banner gently swayed, and streams of black chi flew towards Taoist Master Void transformation, causing him to feel as if his soul was being torn apart. His face was filled with shock. The Black Fiend Mountain carried an incomparable power and directly charged over. Venerable Hua Su dodged with a somersault in the air. The Black Fiend Mountain smashed into the ground, and a deep pit that was a few hundred meters deep appeared. Dust flew everywhere. Li Changxing used all his trump cards and even transformed into the indestructible fiend god body. With a punch, he sent Venerable Hua Su flying a few hundred meters away. After suffering Li Changxing's attack, Venerable Hua Su's expression finally changed. He directly picked up his disciple, Divine Monarch Greenwood, and turned into a ray of light to escape. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Venerable Hua Su, the sect master of an 8th rank sect, who was close to the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, was actually beaten to the point of fleeing for his life. The remaining 5 elders were completely numb, and their bodies stiffened. What should they do now that the sect master had escaped? As expected, Li Changxing looked over with a faint smile. The 5 of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and a huge fear rose from their hearts. "Spare us! Spare us!" One of them just spoke. Unfortunately, Li Changxing didn't give him a chance to continue. The mountain and river ruler fell, and the 5 of them were beaten into 5 clouds of blood mist. The wind whistled in the sky. Li Changxing stood there, becoming an eternal existence between heaven and earth. He actually won. Venerable Zishan felt her mind go blank. She couldn't believe this fact. Li Changxing defeated the sect master of an 8th rank sect. Perhaps only the people of the 3 holy lands could compete with him. Li Changxing's cultivation was only at the peak of the profound realm, and he hadn't broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. If she hadn't expelled him, he would still be a foreign dignitary of the Cloud Dynasty sect. Once Li Changxing broke through to the Earth Immortal realm, his combat strength would be comparable to the sect masters of the 3 holy lands. With such a foreign dignitary in the Cloud Dynasty sect, it would be able to restore its former glory. Not to mention a 6th rank sect, even an 8th rank sect would have a chance. It was such a person that she had drawn a clear line between herself and him. At this moment, Venerable Zishan fell into great regret, and she couldn't wait to slap herself. At that time, the disciples and elders of the Cloud Dynasty sect, who thought Li Changxing had provoked a strong enemy and would implicate them, felt extremely complicated. The The Cloud Dynasty sect is really amazing, drawing a clear line just like that. They really have eyes but can't see. Yunyuan Chushue was stifled by the Cloud Dynasty sect's action of revoking Li Chongqing's foreign dignitary position. At this moment, she couldn't help but mock, and her mood was very good. Chen Ling kept her mouth shut, but the shock in her heart was more than anyone else. She was the first person to know Li Chongqing. At that time, she thought he was just an ordinary youth, who went up the mountain with her to become a disciple. Who would have thought that the current Li Chongqing had reached a level where she could only look up to him? Suddenly, her eyes showed some sadness. The gap between Li Chongqing and herself seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. This gap made her feel that she and Li Chongqing had become people of two different worlds, which was very bad. Chapter 847. Li Chongqing didn't chase after Reverend Hua Su and Reverend Greenwood. They would definitely head to Heavenly Capital Peak during the war, and Li Chongqing could wait for them there. His top priority now was to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm as soon as possible. Today's victory over Daoist Master Void Transformation seemed easy, but in reality, it was because he had refined the Void Wood, causing Li Chongqing's speed to reach a strange and unpredictable level. Otherwise, if he met Daoist Master Void Transformation, he would inevitably have to fight a fierce battle. What's going on here? Why is the energy so crazy? The Lord of Great U City and King of Sacred Mountain were watching the sky from dozens of miles away. This time, the Lord of Great U City and King of Sacred Mountain had reached a deal in private. They would go to Heavenly Capital Peak with the King of Sacred Mountain and persuade the other major powers. If the King of Sacred Mountain made enough contributions after the war, he would be rewarded with Great U City. The King of Sacred Mountain had tried many times before this. Great U's Imperial City had a special meaning, so the other sacred lands had never agreed. Although the King of Sacred Mountain was powerful, he wasn't powerful enough to turn against the 3 sacred lands and countless other major powers. If you don't know which powers are in conflict, don't worry about them. The King of Sacred Mountain said indifferently. Many cultivator powers were hostile to each other. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators heading to Heavenly Capital Peak from the southern domain, and many battles had happened along the way. They had long gotten used to it. Li Chongqing descended from the sky and walked side by side with Yuan Chushue and Chen Ling, but clearly kept a distance from the people of Cloud Dynasty sect. Regarding this, Daoist Zishan could only bitterly smile. He knew that he had drawn a clear line between himself and Li Chongqing back then. Now, it was already impossible for him to rope Li Chongqing in. Experts like him would naturally be arrogant. A few days later, they arrived at a city pass. It was said to be a frontier fortress of an ancient kingdom. In Heavenly Capital Starfield, ancient kingdoms were 10 times stronger than normal kingdoms, and their combat power was comparable to third-grade sections. In other words, although Cloud Dynasty sect could rule a country, it could only bow its head in front of an ancient kingdom. Ancient kingdoms had finger-profound realm generals overseeing them. Powerful ancient kingdoms even had Earth Immortal Realm experts. This city just happened to be on the path to Capital Sky Peak from the southern mountain range. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators passed through here. Several nobles from the ancient country personally came to welcome the cultivators from all over the place. They were afraid that they would accidentally offend a power that they couldn't afford to offend. The Cloud Dynasty sect was only a second-rank sect. When they appeared, there was no need for the nobles of the ancient countries to receive them. Only a few generals from the imperial court came to receive them. Although their tone was respectful, most of the time, they treated them as equals. Upon seeing Li Chongqing and the others, he turned to Reverend Zishan inquisitively. "Are these also disciples of your esteemed sect?" Daoist Zishan shook his head. He hoped that was the case, but unfortunately, He had already drawn a clear line between himself and Li Changxing. When the other party heard that Li Changxing and the others were not from the Cloud Dynasty sect, his expression immediately became a bit more arrogant. There is a wasteland in the west of the city. It will be used as a temporary location. You can set up tents there and take care of your own food and accommodation. The people from the Cloud Dynasty sect were given a small courtyard, while Li Changxing and the others could only set up tents in the wasteland. It wasn't that the other party was looking down on them. It was just that the ancient country made corresponding arrangements according to the ranks of the various powers. Just as the other party finished speaking, a sudden roar resounded between heaven and earth. A cage descended from the sky and instantly trapped Li Changxing, Yuan Chuxue and Chen Ling. Reverend Hua Su, Divine Lord Greenwood and two old men walked out of the void at the same time. The general in charge of receiving them was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Even the nobles around them looked over. After not seeing him for a few days, Divine Lord Greenwood's injuries had actually recovered. His eyes were filled with killing intent that seemed to have materialized. The other two old men were also Earth Immortal Realm experts. My Profound Light sect is an 8th rank sect. We have more than one Earth Immortal Realm expert. Li Changxing, I have been waiting for you in front of the city for a long time. Reverend Hua Su said coldly. It turned out that he had been taking his disciple to treat her injuries for the past few days. At the same time, he had sent a secret message to the two supreme elders of the sect. The two supreme elders were both in the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Their strength was not weaker than Reverend Hua Su. The three of them joining forces was already the strongest trump card of the Profound Light sect. It could be seen that the other party attached great importance to Li Changxing and set up this killing trap to wash away their previous shame. If an ordinary person were to face such a lineup, they would probably lose the courage to resist on the spot. However, Li Changxing's face did not change much. Originally, he wanted to settle his grudge with Reverend Hua Su after arriving at Sky Capital Peak. He didn't expect the other party to be so impatient. As expected, a villain takes revenge from morning till night. Li Changxing suddenly smashed out a fist. The cage that enveloped him was instantly broken from the middle. Yuan Chuxue and Chen Ling were directly sent to the edge of the battlefield by Li Changxing. Then, he looked at Reverend Hua Su. That day I let you run away. Today you came to die. It seems that you're really tired of living. Reverend Hua Su sneered. Kid, I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn at this time. However, just treat it as your last words. It's a pity that you're also a genius of a generation. Today you'll die here. This is your fate. Boom. Li Changxing did not waste any words and directly attacked. Behind him, the shadow of a fiend god appeared. When the fist landed, the fist energy surged. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in, enveloping Reverend Hua Su and the other three. Reverend Hua Su's expression changed slightly. He waved the sword in his hand to form a sword domain. Bang, 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 bang. Under the fist energy, the sword domain constantly shook, as if it would shatter at any time. The sword in Reverend Hua Su's hand let out a cracking sound. Dense cracks actually appeared on it. Reverend Hua Su's expression was very ugly. This sword had accompanied him in battle for many years, but now it was almost destroyed. As for the other two grand elders, their eyes were filled with shock. In the beginning, when they heard Reverend Hua Su say how powerful Li Changxing was, they did not think much of it. They felt that Reverend Hua Su was exaggerating, but only at this moment did they understand that Reverend Hua Su was not lying at all. Divine Lord Azure took out a clay jar that emitted a terrifying power. He wanted to block Li Changxing's fist energy. He had obtained this clay jar from an ancient ruin and it possessed unfathomable power. The reason why Divine Lord Azure had such a cultivation level at such a young age was because he was blessed by the providence of this world. he had endless fortuitous encounters. If he had not met Li Chongqing, he would have been ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation of Tiandu planet. In the southern region, he was second only to the Sacred Mountain King. However, even though the master and disciple had joined forces, the sword domain still shattered with a bang. The sword in Reverend Hua Su's hand shattered into countless metal shavings that scattered and were completely destroyed. On the other hand, the clay jar suffered Li Chongqing's punch and spun in the air without any damage. This jar isn't bad. Li Chongqing laughed heartily. He transformed into a gigantic hand seal that reached out and grabbed the jar by force. Chapter 848. Give me back my jar. Divine Monarch Greenwood shouted angrily. The wood of the void had been refined by Li Chongqing, and he was already traumatized. If Li Chongqing snatched the jar away, he would have nothing to rely on. Put it down. Spiritual Master Hua Su struck out with his palm, wanting to snatch the jar from Li Chongqing, but he was forced to retreat by Li Chongqing's ardent dragon spear. The jar was already in Li Chongqing's hand. Li Chongqing wiped it with his hand, and the divine splendor on it disappeared. It was refined in an instant. It seems that your Xuanguang sect thinks that giving me a piece of wood of the void is too light a gift, so you specially sent me this jar. You're too polite. I'll accept it then. Li Chongqing laughed loudly, and his hearty voice spread in all directions. Facing 4 Earth Immortal stage experts, he still had the upper hand. This kind of divine talent shook the hearts of many people. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, and their hearts were filled with shock. One person could fight against 4 Earth Immortal stage experts. Most importantly, Li Chongqing was only at the peak of the profound finger realm. Fighting across realms was already very impressive, and fighting 4 across realms was even more unheard of. Haha. If you want to snatch it away, then so be it. You're going to die today anyway. Spiritual Master Hua Su suddenly sneered. Do you really think you can fight 4 alone? As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 Supreme Elders who were standing behind Spiritual Master Hua Su suddenly disappeared, and then walked out from the void behind Li Chongqing. Divine Monarch Greenwood also took a position. The 4 of them locked in all directions, forming a cage and trapping Li Chongqing. What we did before was just to confuse you, so that we can completely seal off all directions, so that you can't escape. Spiritual Master Hua Su stood opposite Li Chongqing. A gust of wind blew and his clothes fluttered. A compass appeared in his hand and it kept spinning. A mysterious aura spread out and it seemed unfathomable. The space beneath his feet was constantly changing. The cool breeze blew his hair, emitting the sound of metal clashing. It was as if countless treasured swords were moving restlessly. You can tell me who your master is now. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to speak. Maybe your master has some relationship with our Xuanguang sect. Today, I will only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Taoist Master Void Transformation stood in the air, the situation in his hand. In his eyes, Li Chongqing was already a turtle in a jar. In the end, you're just afraid that my master will come and find trouble with you. You keep saying that you're the sect leader of an 8th-rank sect, and that you're so powerful, but you're actually a coward. It's a miracle that you're able to break through to the Earth celestial stage. You'll stop here in your life. Li Chongqing revealed a mocking smile as he mocked mercilessly. I do not have a master. You can attack without worry. Brat, it seems like you really don't have a good master. I'm afraid that when you die, there won't even be anyone to collect your corpse. Spiritual Master Hua Su shook his head. Sect Master, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. One of the Supreme Elders had a bad temper. Yes, Master, today, even if he goes to heaven or hell, he can't escape from our hands. Kill him and take his treasures. He refined my wood of the void and his body contains the law of the void. It's best to refine him into a cauldron of elixirs. It'll be a great supplement. Divine Lord Greenwood said loudly. Let's do it. Taoist Master Void Transformation's body was surrounded by light and killing intent seeped out of his body. He turned into a sword light and slashed at Li Chongqing. As for the other three, Divine Lord Greenwood and the two Supreme Elders attacked almost at the same time. Li Chongqing held the Scorching Dragon Spear in his hand tightly. He also took out the Mountain River Ruler and the Black Devil Mountain at the same time. The soul-amassing banner fluttered behind him. Between his eyebrows, the true martial God-Slayer sword was ready to launch a fierce attack at any time. Although he looked calm, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of 4 Earth Celestials. Die. A small needle as thin as a cow's hair appeared silently on Li Chongqing's back and stabbed straight at him. It was the Supreme Elder standing behind Li Chongqing. He had secretly released it. Humph! Li Chongqing seemed to have eyes on his back. He smashed the Scorching Dragon Spear backward and accurately blocked the thin needle. At the same time, he jumped up and kicked the Supreme Elder's chest. The Supreme Elder's body was kicked away like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm going to kill you. The other party was a Grand Elder. After being sent flying by Li Chongqing's kick, he felt extremely humiliated. After stabilizing himself, he quickly rushed towards Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing couldn't help but be surprised. The Supreme Elder's combat strength didn't weaken much after being kicked by him. It seemed that everyone who could break through to the Earth Celestial stage was not simple. At this time, the other three's attacks also approached. Break! Li Chongqing took out the Mountain and River Ruler and the chaotic chi filled the air. The Mountain and River Shadow smashed down and broke Spiritual Master Hua Su's sword light. At the same time, the Soul-Gathering Banner blocked the attacks of Sir God Greenwood and the other Supreme Elder on Black Killing Mountain. The Scorching Dragon Spear in his hand smashed directly at the Supreme Elder who had attacked previously. Facing 4 Earth Celestial Stage experts, even Li Chongqing felt uncomfortable. Therefore, he could only look for a breakthrough. Rumble! 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 On the Scorching Dragon Spear, a red sun was blooming with divine brilliance and a dragon was hissing. Li Chongqing released a terrifying power again. The Supreme Elder's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. However, he still couldn't escape the Scorching Dragon Spear. Hurry up and help Elder Luo! Spiritual Master Hua Su shouted. After getting rid of the Mountain and River Ruler's attack, he rushed towards Li Chongqing. The other two also exerted their combat strength to the maximum. Finally, they barely managed to block the attack before Li Chongqing's Scorching Dragon Spear swept towards Elder Luo. However, under this spear, the three of them retreated a few steps at the same time and were actually at a disadvantage. Next, Li Chongqing pushed the Scorching Sun. The Scorching Dragon Spear's shadows were everywhere and it was invincible. The resplendent light was like a stormy sea. A golden dragon, a golden sun, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared behind Li Chongqing as though a divine domain had descended. Rumble! A thunderous sound reverberated in all directions. The 4 of them joined forces, but they were still no match for Li Chongqing's Scorching Dragon Spear. They kept retreating and spitting out blood as though it was free. All of them suffered serious injuries. The few of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How terrifying was Li Chongqing's combat strength! It made the 4 of them feel like they couldn't defeat him. When Li Chongqing wielded the Scorching Dragon Spear to his heart's content, he let out a long roar. His spear arts could shake the sun and moon. Slash! Divine Lord Azure would went berserk from the killing. His hands conjured the power of the void's laws and tore open a rift in the sky. He wanted to banish Li Chongqing to the depths of the eternal void. Li Chongqing pushed the Mountain and River Ruler to produce a rumbling sound as it smashed down. It was like a heavenly pillar descending from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything transformed into the most primitive chaos Yuan Qi. Its might was astounding. The mountain and river ruler was a treasured artifact that had been completely refined by Li Changxing. At that moment, it was simply earth-shattering when pushed. Bang! One of Divine Lord Azure Wood's arms exploded into a bloody mist as his body fell from the sky. He was nearly destroyed in body and soul. Take this! Perfected void transformation was the strongest existence among the four. He conjured a sword beam in his hand and slashed down at Li Changxing. Li Changxing stabbed out with the scorching dragon spear, shattering the sword beam and penetrating his shoulder. Blood splattered as perfected void transformation retreated dozens of feet. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have perished if the spear had deviated a little and pierced his head. Standing in the air, he stared at Li Changxing with a vigilant expression. He was somewhat regretful. If he had appeared and pleaded with Li Changxing after seeing Divine Lord Azure Wood being severely injured by Li Changxing, things might not have come to this. By provoking such an enemy, it was very likely that it would bring a calamity to the Profound Light sect. Chapter 849. Spiritual Master Hua Su stared at Li Changxing in shock. He no longer had his previous calmness. "I'll fight you to the death." There was a rumbling sound in his body as he burned his potential to activate the secret technique. Rumble! The powerful attack drowned Li Changxing like an ocean. A late stage of the Earth Immortal Stage cultivator's desperate attack was extremely terrifying. If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, he definitely wouldn't use such a move. This was a very powerful secret technique that allowed the Void Transformation Stage cultivator's combat strength to soar continuously, almost reaching the peak of the Earth Immortal Stage. At the same time, his skin was visibly aging. Under this powerful force, Li Changxing's body kept shaking and he began to retreat. The peak of the Earth Immortal Stage, this kind of combat strength was too terrifying. Li Changxing was only at the Finger Profound stage after all. There was a big gap between them, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Bang! Indestructible Fiend God Body was activated. Li Changxing decisively used his strongest combat strength. A Fiend God Phantom appeared behind him, roaring. He punched out, and his body soared into the sky. There was a sound like a surging river from his body, and a stream of blood and qi pierced through the sky, shattering the void. Bang 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 bang! Li Changxing punched out more than 10 times in the blink of an eye, and each punch was superimposed on the previous one. The power of more than 10 punches superimposed on each other and finally broke the energy. His clothes were torn, revealing his bronze skin. One could see the red color on his skin constantly flowing. That was the power of a powerful aura circulating. Spiritual Master Hua Su was going all out. All kinds of divine abilities were used under the support of the secret technique, wanting to break the sky. However, any power that got close to Li Changxing was broken apart by his powerful physical strength. One punch to break 10,000 technique. At this moment, Li Changxing seemed to have transformed into an ancient fiend god. He was invincible. A punch was a vacuum of 10,000 miles. A palm strike was enough to make the sky collapse and the earth sink. His blood and qi were everywhere, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. This was definitely a terrifying battle. Li Changxing used all the divine abilities he had learned in his life with the power of his physical body. Bang 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 bang! More than 30 punches were stacked on top of each other, and each punch was capable of piercing through the void. In the beginning, Taoist Master Void Transformation was still able to gain the upper hand, but later on, under Li Changxing's fist, his body began to crack. Everyone who witnessed the battle felt a chill in their hearts, especially the nobles who were in charge of welcoming the cultivators. Their eyelids twitched violently. The general who had underestimated Li Chongqing at the beginning was scared out of his wit. He had actually neglected such an expert. If he angered the other party, wouldn't he be crushed to death with a single finger? Hula! Spiritual Master Hua Su raised his hand and condensed a sword beam, transforming into a river of sword chi that smashed down. At the same time, Divine Lord Azure Wood and the two Grand Elders joined the battle. They burned their lifeblood, causing their combat strength to soar. To be able to force 4 Earth celestial stage powerhouses to fight with their lives on the line, the place where the battle took place had already turned into primal chaos vital energy. Good timing. Li Chongqing fought to the point of madness. He felt carefree, but at the same time, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. Even he had to be careful when dealing with the 4 Earth immortals who were burning their lifespans. At that moment, a small golden sword suddenly slashed at one of the Grand Elders. This was one of Li Chongqing's trump cards. His mental attack was invisible. The small golden sword flew out. At first, the other party did not take it seriously and raised his hand to form a palm print to block it. He did not expect the small golden sword to penetrate his palm and pierce between his eyebrows. "Save me!" The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically, but unfortunately, it was too late. The small sword pierced between his eyebrows, and his body fell from the sky, completely losing his life force. Spiritual Master Void Transformation and the other two exclaimed. They did not expect Li Chongqing to kill one of their companions so easily. In the next second, the small golden sword condensed again and slashed at another Grand Elder. The other party did not dare take it head-on. He quickly retreated, but how could he compare to the speed of the small golden sword? Spiritual Master Void Transformation transformed into a sword beam to help him block it. However, in the next second, Li Chongqing's blood and chi burned as he charged at Divine Lord Azure Wood. It was a diversion. He knew that the small golden sword's sneak attack had succeeded. Next, the other party would be vigilant and it would be difficult for him to succeed. Therefore, he lured Spiritual Master Void Transformation away and killed Divine Lord Azure Wood alone. Divine Lord Azure Wood's face immediately revealed fear. He wanted to escape, but Li Chongqing's spear pierced through his chest. Although he did not die, he was severely injured and his combat strength fell to the bottom. Spiritual Master Void Transformation and the other Grand Elder charged forward. At that moment they had pushed their secret technique to the maximum. One could see that wrinkles had appeared on Spiritual Master Void Transformation's face. He had already used his origin. After this battle, his realm would probably fall. In order to kill Li Chongqing, they had begun to use unscrupulous means. Spiritual Master Void Transformation's hand transformed into a sword beam, while the Grand Elder condensed a silver needle. Even the heavily injured Divine Lord Azure Wood charged at Li Chongqing without caring about anything. They had all turned crazy. "Come at me!" Li Chongqing pushed his physical strength to the limit. A loud roar could shatter mountains and rivers. His punch traversed thousands of miles and directly smashed the body of the weakest Divine Lord Azure Wood, causing it to split open. "Disciple!" Spiritual Master Void Transformation exclaimed as his eyes turned red. However, in the next second, Li Chongqing transformed into a godfiend and tore the Grand Elder apart from the middle. Following that, Li Chongqing continued to stack his punches. He punched out 50 times in one breath and finally shattered Spiritual Master Void Transformation's body. He fell from the sky and was beaten beyond recognition. Li Chongqing was invincible. He fought against 4 and killed 3 Earth Immortals in a row. Spiritual Master Void Transformation was also beaten to a miserable state, displaying his invincible stance. As the leader of an 8th grade sect, Spiritual Master Void Transformation had completely lost his combat strength. He stared at Li Chongqing with eyes full of resentment. Until now, he was still in disbelief. Who exactly is your master? Even the top geniuses of the 3 Holy Lands didn't have such combat strength. He was puzzled. I said that I don't have a master in this world. Moreover, I'm not from this world. Naturally, you haven't heard of me. Li Chongqing said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. You're not from this world? Spiritual Master Void Transformation's eyes were first filled with doubt and confusion, but then they became surprised. Could it be that you're from the Xianwang world? A trial taker who stepped onto the ancient path of the stars? I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, there would be a new trial taker. No wonder, no wonder. Spiritual Master Void Transformation seemed to know a lot. The Xianwang world? What's going on? Originally, Li Chongqing was prepared to completely destroy him, but when he heard the other party's words, his raised palm stopped. He had a lot of doubts about Earth. His master had left, the depletion of spirit qi, the arrival of the age of chaos, and the ancient path of the stars. Although Li Chongqing had experienced countless years, he had just cultivated the 9 revolutions of the Godfiend. At that time, he was too weak and didn't know many secrets. You don't even know what's going on in the Xianwang world. It seems that the rumors are true. The cultivators of the Xianwang world have declined. However, the declining Xianwang world still produced a monster like you. It's really unfair. Chapter 850. What's going on? Tell me everything, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Li Chongqing stared at Taoist Master Void Transformation. Do you think that I'm still afraid of your threats at this time? You've almost destroyed my Dao foundation. Even if I'm lucky enough to survive, who knows how much my cultivation will drop. It's better for me to die. You're indeed very powerful, but your profound yellow world isn't the only place that inherited ancient inheritances. One day, you'll meet someone stronger than you and end up like me. Taoist Master Void Transformation laughed crazily. It was filled with misery and malice. As one of the top existences in this world, he had fought so hard but ended up with nothing in the end. This kind of sorrow could only be understood by him. The profound yellow world is the birthplace of the 3,000 gods and devils. It's best at producing monsters. However, your fate will be the same as the 3,000 gods and devils. You'll become a stepping stone for the eternal Great Emperor. This is your profound yellow world's fate, your fate. With a final cry, Taoist Master Void Transformation's body exploded into a bloody mist and disappeared from the world. At the last moment, he chose to die with dignity. He wasn't willing to be humiliated by Li Chongqing. This was the fate of an expert. Li Chongqing felt sorrow for him, but he didn't sympathize with him. The winner takes all. If he lost to Taoist Master Void Transformation, his ending might be even more miserable. The path of cultivation had always been cruel. The weak didn't deserve sympathy. The battle ended with all 4 great Earth Immortals dead. Li Chongqing's battle made him famous. Countless cultivators below the city gate witnessed the entire process and remembered the name Li Chongqing. When Li Chongqing descended from the sky, many nobles from the great white ancient country surrounded him. The general who slighted Li Chongqing earlier even knelt on the ground and asked for forgiveness from Li Chongqing. Get up. Don't look down on others in the future. Li Chongqing waved his hand, too lazy to argue with him. Thank you, mister. The other party shed tears of gratitude. It was no different from having his life saved. Several nobles personally invited Li Chongqing into the city and invited Li Chongqing into the city lord's office. Chun Linger and Yuan Chuxue were invited in together because of Li Chongqing. Bai Chuan did not follow Li Chongqing. He was a disciple of the Cloud Dynasty sect. Although Li Chongqing had taught him Dao techniques, his sense of belonging to the Cloud Dynasty sect was not something that could be changed in a short period of time. Inside the city lord's mansion, Li Chongqing was arranged to stay in an ancient palace. It was decorated magnificently. This was already the highest standard for receiving guests in the city lord's mansion. It was said that in the past, only the royal family of the Baihong country had the qualifications to stay here. It was clear that Li Chongqing was highly valued. At night, the nobles personally hosted a banquet to welcome the guests. There were more than 50 cultivators in total, and all of them were top-notch powerhouses. There were 8 Earth Immortals alone. Of course, these Earth Immortals were all in the early stage of the Earth Immortal stage. Most of them were old. There were also 2 young cultivators who were in stark contrast to the elders. Their chi and blood were powerful, and they were full of heroic spirit. Their bodies were full of powerful vitality, and their future achievements were obviously greater. The nobles treated them differently as well. When Li Chongqing appeared, the entire banquet fell into silence and made a path for him. Several nobles personally came to welcome him. He was like an angry Vajra descending into hell, causing the ghosts to bow their heads. Li Chongqing was arranged to sit in the most honorable position. Even the 2 young geniuses took the initiative to toast him. The other martial artists below the Earth Immortal stage did not even have the courage to speak to Li Chongqing. After the battle at the city gate, Li Chongqing had been listed as a taboo. No one dared to offend him. Chen Linger and Yuan Chushue were both heavenly beauties. In addition, they had a good relationship with Li Chongqing, so they were also treated as honorable guests. The children of the nobles personally came to receive them. A princess from the imperial family even called them sisters. Yuan Chushue was better. After all, as the daughter of a second-grade sect master, she had seen the world. However, Chen Linger was only the daughter of a small aristocratic family. In a border country, it could only be considered a medium-sized family. In front of the princess of an ancient country, who was 10 times more powerful than a border country, she would normally have to kneel and greet her. But now, she felt like she was in a dream. If my father was here and saw me calling the princess of an ancient country my sister, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Chen Linger thought and couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing, who was like the moon surrounded by stars. All of this was because of this man. Yuan Chushue was also looking at Li Chongqing. From the first time she met Li Chongqing, to when he took her to flatten the ancient devil sect, to when Li Chongqing killed 4 Earth Immortals and became a supreme expert, she felt that she had overestimated Li Chongqing's strength every time. In the end, she found that she had underestimated Li Chongqing. Just how many secrets are hidden in your body? Why is it that in my eyes you are always a mystery? I can't see through you or understand you. Yuan Chushue muttered to herself. After the banquet, Li Chongqing returned to the ancient palace. Yuan Chushue and Chen Linger stayed in the 2 rooms on the right. At night, the 3 of them sat in the hall. Because they didn't eat their fill at the banquet, Li Chongqing had the people from the city lord's mansion send some food over. Suddenly, something strange happened. A cold light attacked Li Chongqing's neck, causing Yuan Chushue and Chen Linger to cry out in alarm. Li Chongqing only sneered and punched out, sending a figure flying out of the ancient palace. That night, Li Chongqing suffered a total of 7 attacks. The next day, more than 10 corpses were neatly lined up 10 meters outside the ancient palace. The people from the city lord's mansion came, and several nobles also came to inquire about the situation. They found that 5 of the corpses were the young experts who had attended the banquet that day, and the others were the geniuses from various sects above the 6th rank. Li Chongqing had become famous after killing 4 Earth celestial stage cultivators. Similarly, if anyone could kill Li Chongqing, no matter what method he used, he would be famous all over the world. These people wanted to be famous, but in the end they lost their lives. The nobles asked Li Chongqing what to do with the corpses. The nobles meant to return the corpses to the sections. After all, it was these geniuses who had their own way, not the sects. Returning the corpses would be giving them face and wouldn't offend them. However, Li Chongqing directly activated the fire of the netherworld and burned the corpses into ashes, scattering them between heaven and earth. It was tantamount to crushing the bones and scattering the ashes. He also said that if any sect's elders wanted to ask for an explanation for their disciples, they could come to find them. As a result, the 5 great sects came together that afternoon. However, they didn't come to denounce Li Chongqing, but to apologize to him. They also said that their disciple had brought this upon himself. This was Li Chongqing's current power. Except for the 3 Holy Lands, even those 8th-rank sects wouldn't dare to be his enemy. Chapter 851. The next day, Li Chongqing officially set off. After passing through the ancient city, he was already halfway to capital Sky Peak. On the way, he saw people from Cloud Dynasty sect again. They cast complicated looks at Li Chongqing. Chen Linger was still a disciple of Cloud Dynasty sect and had returned to their camp. Yuan Chuxue curled her lips in disdain. She was even more upset about Cloud Dynasty sect's behavior than Li Chongqing. Almost all the experts of the righteous sects will show up on this trip to capital Sky Peak. It's very likely that there will be Tao-fusing true immortals, Yuan Chuxue said to Li Chongqing. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Li Chongqing knew that she wanted him to keep a low profile. It was also for Li Chongqing's sake. With Li Chongqing's combat strength, he had killed 4 Earth Immortals in a row and was still defeated by Reverend Hua Su after using his secret technique. Anyone would be proud of such a record. However, Divine Lord Greenwood was arrogant and domineering. He would die when he met Li Chongqing. Similarly, it was hard to guarantee that Li Chongqing wouldn't meet someone stronger than him. Li Chongqing smiled at Yuan Chuxue's kindness. He naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to challenge a Tao-fusing true immortal. Of course, if they bullied him, he wouldn't hesitate to fight. Although he couldn't win, it wasn't that easy to kill Li Chongqing. Let's see how it goes. Li Chongqing finished. Yuan Chuxue's eyes were filled with worry. She wanted to say something but stopped. On the way to capital Sky Peak, there were many people traveling with them. There were people who had witnessed Li Chongqing's battle in front of the ancient city. Their gazes towards Li Chongqing were filled with reverence. However, there were also strangers who appeared. They were filled with disdain towards lone wolves like Li Chongqing and Yuan Chuxue. Of course, more of them felt that Li Chongqing wasn't worthy of traveling with a beauty like Yuan Chuxue. On another parallel road, the city lord of Great Yu and the king of the Sacred Mountain were walking side by side, followed by his elite subordinates and his personal guards. Other than Yu, king of the Sacred Mountain, Divine Lord Greenwood is the strongest among the younger generation heading to Sky Capital Peak. The Lord of Great Yu City sighed with emotion when he talked about the heroes of the Southern Domain. King of Sacred Mountain, who was standing next to him, could be said to be the #1 expert of the younger generation in Southern Domain. His combat strength was unparalleled. Although Greenwood Divine Emperor was amazing, he was far weaker than King of Sacred Mountain. This was also the reason why Great Yu's city lord agreed to help King of Sacred Mountain to make peace with the other major powers. With the King of the Sacred Mountain's potential, it was very likely that he would become a Tao-fusing true immortal in the future. Sooner or later, he would establish a superpower, and when that time came, even the 3 sacred lands would not dare to force Great Yu's royal city to return it. Thus, he nodded his head and agreed to do them a favor. I heard that Divine Lord Green would set off in advance to find trouble with that brat. That brat killed my deputy general in Great Yu's royal city. I originally wanted to take his life myself, but with Divine Lord Greenwood doing it for me, it saves me a lot of trouble. The Sacred Mountain King said calmly. That brat. Great Yu's city lord chuckled. He's just a reckless guy. I'm afraid even his bones are gone by now. It's important for a man to know his own limit. If he doesn't even know his own limits, he's destined to not go far on this path. Both of them just casually mentioned it and continued on their journey. A few days later, a mountain peak that pierced the clouds appeared on the horizon. It was Tiandu Peak. It was also the first time Li Chongqing saw the mountain peak that was named after an entire planet. It was like a sharp sword, and its majesty could be felt from afar. It's said that this peak is an immortal sword. A supreme expert suppressed an ancient fiend god and fixed it here, turning it into a mountain peak. Yuan Chuxue explained to Li Chongqing. Then, she couldn't help but shake her head. That's just a legend. If such a tall mountain is just a sword, then what level would it be? Yes. If it's a sword, I'm afraid it would be a legendary Dao artifact. Li Chongqing was also a little emotional. Magic artifacts, spiritual artifacts, precious artifacts, Dao artifacts, Dao artifacts. Dao artifacts only existed in legends. Of course, above Dao artifacts there was the illusory supreme artifact, known as Absolute Artifact. Li Chongqing had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never even seen a Dao artifact. As for the legendary supreme artifacts, they were just legends. Whether they existed in the world was unknown. Even though Tiandu Peak was already in sight, it still took Li Chongqing several days to reach the foot of the mountain. There were millions of people at the foot of the mountain, and all of them were cultivators. Li Chongqing was shocked. With such a large number of people, it would be unreasonable if there were no Dao-fusing perfected immortals. In the beginning, there were always people who recognized Li Chongqing, but when they reached the foot of Tiandu Peak, Li Chongqing completely disappeared from the crowd. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered in the sky as if there were gods beating drums. A terrifying aura spread out. Countless people looked up at the sky with surprise. Is this the legendary Earth Immortal Tribulation? What a terrifying power! Someone exclaimed as he looked at the strange phenomenon. Although there were many Earth Immortals in this world, they were still the most powerful ones. Breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm in front of millions of cultivators would be recorded in the history book. Who is going to undergo the tribulation at this time? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Yuan Chuxue stared at Li Chongqing in surprise. She was the closest to Li Chongqing, so she naturally noticed the strange feeling in Li Chongqing's body. Li Chongqing also smiled bitterly. He did not expect the heavenly tribulation to come at this time. It was a pleasant surprise, but he did not choose to undergo the tribulation at this time. Instead, he suppressed the impulse in his body with his powerful mind power. Undergoing the tribulation at this time would attract too much attention. Moreover, he had a premonition that it might be the best choice to undergo the tribulation at the top of Tiandu Peak. Therefore, the heavenly thunder that was about to strike at any time gradually dissipated and the sky became clear again. What is going on? Why did the thunder tribulation disappear? The person undergoing the tribulation suppressed the impulse with his powerful strength. This person is amazing. To be able to forcefully postpone the tribulation, he must have strong willpower and a terrifying cultivation level. According to all the records, such people are all geniuses and peerless heroes. Many people were trying to find out who had triggered the heavenly tribulation and forcefully postponed it. Unfortunately, except for Yuan Chuxue, who was the closest to Li Chongqing, no one else could find any clues. Chongqing, you suppressed the thunder tribulation? Yuan Chuxue asked in a low voice. She also found it incredible. Li Chongqing nodded slightly. Looking at Tiandu Peak, which was so high that he could not see its height, the call in his heart became stronger and stronger. At the same time, a kind of heroic spirit arose spontaneously. When he stood on Tiandu Peak and entered the Earth Immortal realm, so what if he was a Dao Reunion genuine immortal? In the past, He felt that his master had taught him the 9 celestial demons. He had constantly failed to undergo the tribulation and formed an inescapable samsara. He had a lot of complaints, but now he finally understood that his master had given him a big opportunity. If he had not repeated the cultivation of his 99 lives, how could he have such a powerful cultivation level? If he had stepped on the ancient road of the stars earlier, he would have died when he met Divine Emperor Greenwood. Chapter 852. Many experts gathered on Sky Capital Peak. Soon, some young geniuses appeared and caused a stir. Saint Yi Chen is here. He is the chief disciple of the Starlight sect and is known as the #1 genius of the North region. That is Zhuo Juanhao, the disciple of the #1 rogue cultivator of the West region. Why are Yi Feiguang and Shangguan Shui together? Yi Feiguang is a famous genius of the East, and Shangguan Shui is known as the #1 beauty of the East. Is there some secret relationship between them? A woman in white with a devastatingly beautiful appearance stood there. Her pure white boots were untainted by even a speck of dust. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Beside her was Yi Feiguang, the genius of the East. He was also in white and had a handsome face. Walking together with Shangguan Shui, they looked like an immortal couple. The East region is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the South region, but I have heard of Shangguan Shui's name. Yuan Chuxue murmured to herself. Both of their names had the word Shui in their names, but compared to Shangguan Shui, she was a young lady of a second-grade sect. They were worlds apart. Don't worry. One day your achievements may not be worse than hers, Li Chongqing said with a smile. Originally, Yuan Chushua's talent was not as good as Qin Ling Er's, so it was impossible for her to be compared to Shangguan Shui. But she met Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing could even turn a yellow ox with an ordinary bloodline into a demonic beast's body. As long as there was enough opportunity, a mortal body would not be worse than a connate spirit body. Be compared to Shangguan Shui? Haha. Young people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A discordant voice rang out beside his ear. It was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. He was rather thin, and he stood there with a hint of sage-like demeanor. However, the words he spoke were not pleasant to the ears. Yuan Chuxue thought it was Li Chongqing's comforting words, but now it was overheard by others. She was embarrassed and lowered her head. Yes. How can I be compared to Shangguan Shui? Why can't you? Li Chongqing interrupted her and looked at the old man. Why are you interrupting my conversation with my friend? How would a frog at the bottom of a well like you know that humans can conquer the heavens? Even a mortal body can stand shoulder to shoulder with a spirit body. Li Chongqing's voice carried a hint of awe, causing the old man to not dare to look straight at him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, after carefully sizing up Li Chongqing, he found that Li Chongqing's cultivation was average. He couldn't help but sneer. I was wondering which 8th-grade sex genius dared to speak such arrogant words. It turns out that you're just a reckless clown. With your talent, you dare to say that a mortal body is comparable to a spirit body? Dream on. The old man's words were very harsh. Li Chongqing curled his lips in disdain and thought to himself, so what if he's a genius from an 8th-rank sect? Divine Lord Azurewood was known as an existence second only to Sacred Mountain King in the southern region, but he was still killed by me. In addition to Taoist Master Hua Su and the 2 Grand Elders, Li Chongqing had basically crippled an 8th-rank sect. So what if it's an 8th-rank sect? What, you're not convinced? When the Taoist priest saw Li Chongqing's expression, he immediately became excited. Young man, it's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but look at the various geniuses who came today. Yi Chen from the northern region, Zhuo Juanhao from the western region, Yi Feiguang from the eastern region, and Shangguan Shui from the eastern region. Which one of them doesn't have a supreme grade spirit root? And look at you, your cultivation is ordinary. Humans, it's better to know your own strength. The Taoist priest chattered on, but Li Chongqing grabbed Yuan Chushua's hand and walked forward. He couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Hey, young man, if you don't listen to an old man, you'll suffer. The old man watched Li Chongqing leave and shouted from afar. At that moment, the originally noisy foot of the mountain suddenly fell silent. In the distant sky, a carriage pulled by 9 strange beasts descended. On the carriage, a young man dressed in green robes was sitting. He looked like an emperor who was inspecting his territory. The carriage pulled by the 9 strange beasts descended from the sky and stopped on the mountain path. The azure-robed man walked down from the chariot and put it away. Soon, a few influential figures of the younger generation went up to him and formed a small circle. The surrounding people looked at the young man in green robes with respect. Young Emperor Xing, the saint of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, one of the 3 sacred grounds of the Tiandu starfield. Young Emperor Xing's strength is unfathomable. He's known as one of the 3 heroes of the Central region. It's said that he broke through to the Earth Immortal stage a few years ago. After the battle between the good and evil, he'll take charge of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground. Young Emperor Xing's combat strength is very strong. I'm afraid he'll shine in the battle between the good and evil. Young Emperor Xing walked forward, surrounded by the crowd. At that moment, he saw the meddlesome Taoist and put on a flattering expression. Saint Xing, we meet again. 3 years ago at the Purple Emperor Pavilion. Do you still remember me? Young Emperor Xing frowned and looked at the Taoist. So, it's you. After he finished speaking, he walked away without looking back, causing the Taoist priest to embarrass himself. When he passed by Li Chongqing, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Yuan Chushua, who was beside Li Chongqing. Although Yuan Chushua's talent was ordinary, her appearance was not inferior to Shangguan Shui's. This girl is not bad. It's a pity that she's stuck in cow dung. Young Emperor Xing shook his head. After glancing at Yuan Chushua, he glanced at Li Chongqing and then looked away. As the saint of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, there were very few people who could catch his eye. Young Emperor Xing is very picky. It's an honor that he took a few more glances at that girl. It's a pity that she has a burden by her side. Otherwise, if the Saint Xing took a fancy to her, she might become his concubine and become a phoenix. The surrounding people were talking about it. Li Chongqing frowned. It was amazing that young Emperor Xing had reached the Earth celestial stage at such a young age. However, he only took a few glances at Yuan Chushua, and it was an honor for her. The surrounding people's words made him uncomfortable. Miss, Saint Sun Xing looked at you a few times just now, which means he is interested in you. There aren't many people who can catch the eye of young Lord Xing. Saint Sun Xing and I are old acquaintances. Why don't I help you get to know him? The Taoist came over and looked at Yuan Chushua excitedly. Yuan Chushua shook her head hurriedly. No, I don't like him. Miss, what are you talking about? There are many people who want to marry the Saint Xing as his concubine. Even the fairies of the 8th rank sex are scrambling for him. Do you know what you're talking about? The Taoist kept trying to persuade Yuan Chushua. It was obvious that he wanted to use Yuan Chushua to build a relationship with young Emperor Xing. Get lost. Li Chongqing said coldly. There was some coldness in his eyes. If the Taoist priest had only annoyed him before, he was now disgusted by him. Chapter 853. Under Li Chongqing's fierce glare, the Taoist priest couldn't help but shrink his neck and walk to the other side. It was only after a long while that he finally reacted. His eyes were filled with doubt as he thought to himself, I am a Vajra realm martial expert after all. I was actually frightened by the gaze of an ordinary-looking fellow. How strange. At this moment, a roar came from the sky again. A white figure flew over on a sword and arrived at the foot of the mountain in an instant. His appearance caused an uproar again. After the white figure landed, the long sword under his feet turned into a green light and was inserted into the scabbard on his back. As he stood there, he exuded an aura of sharpness. As he walked, the sound of a sword humming could be heard. His entire being was like an unsheathed treasured sword, revealing its sharpness. Anyone who saw him could feel his sharpness at first glance. He was Shang Yenjin, the successor disciple of the Tai Sword sect. The Tai Sword sect, the Purple Cloud Holy Land, and the Tianyuan Holy Land were known as the three Holy Lands of the Central Region. They were also the only three ninth-rank sects in the Tiandu Star Zone. Shang Yenjin, young Emperor Xing of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, and Han Mu of the Tianyuan Holy Land were known as the three heroes of the Central Region. They were all in the Earth celestial realm. Brother Shang, you're so elegant. Young Emperor Xing looked over from afar. His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by everyone. So young Emperor Xing is one step ahead of me. If I steal his limelight, it will be a sin. Shang Yenjin replied calmly, but it was obvious that they were not on good terms. After Shang Yenjin appeared, a group of people gathered around him. The three Holy Lands were the top in this world. Naturally, many sects were attached to them. Li Chongqing couldn't help but take a few more glances at Shang Yenjin. Under his gaze, he could see the green sword qi shining brightly above Shang Yenjin's head. Li Chongqing said to himself, "The sword qi is soaring to the sky. This person is not simple. He has an innate sword body. He can practice sword principle with half the effort." Even Yuan Chuxue, who was next to him, had a strange look in her eyes. Young Emperor Xing had a domineering aura and was high and mighty, which made her unhappy. However, although Shang Yenjin showed off his ability, he was less aggressive than young Emperor Xing and more heroic. This was because Yuan Chuxue had only heard of Shang Yenjin's legend a long time ago. Now that she saw him in person, she was like a fan on Earth who saw her favorite celebrity. "What? Do you like him?" Li Chongqing saw something different. Yuan Chuxue nodded, then shook her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "You won't be angry, right?" Li Chongqing couldn't help but smile when he heard that. "Why would I be angry?" As time went by, many famous talents from the Tiandu Star area showed up. Some came with their elders, and some came alone. The appearance of the Sacred Mountain King, Yang Jing, caused quite a stir as well. As the #1 genius of the southern region, Yang Jing's status was even more special. The other geniuses had the protection of their masters, but he had to rely on his own strength to restore his country. Many people admired his courage, strategy, and boldness. In addition to the geniuses, important figures from various sects also showed up. The battle between the good and evil had not officially started, so no one was allowed to go to Tiandu Peak. Most of the forces set up camp at the foot of the mountain. "Isn't that Sui Juanhao? He's my idol. And Yi Feiguang, I've been following him for a long time." The focus of everyone's discussion was on the geniuses, and their voices were full of admiration. These geniuses stood at the pinnacle of this world at a young age. They were high and mighty, and were on a completely different level compared to the ordinary disciples of the sections. "Eh? You're still alive?" A cold voice was heard. Yang Jing, the Sacred Mountain King, appeared not far away. He stared coldly at Li Chongqing with surprise in his eyes. He had heard that Divine Emperor Green Wood had gone to stop Li Chongqing, so he was sure that Li Chongqing would definitely die. He didn't expect to see him here today. "I'll still be alive even if you die," Li Chongqing replied coldly. That day in Great Yu City, he killed the Sacred Mountain King's deputy general. He knew that the Sacred Mountain King had been observing from the city wall, But in the end, the sacred mountain king did not make a move. The battle between the good and evil is imminent. The three Holy Lands have ordered that private fights are not allowed. Otherwise, you would have died 80 times for what you just said. The sacred mountain king said coldly and walked toward Shang Yinzhen. Someone like him had to make friends with someone. Naturally, it was a top geniuses like Shang Yinzhen. Is that so? Li Chongqing curled his lips in disdain. He didn't care about the ban. If the sacred mountain king wanted to make a move, he would immediately teach him how to behave. After the sacred mountain king left, the people around Li Chongqing took the initiative to distance themselves from him. At the same time, some people secretly inquired about Li Chongqing's identity. He was bold enough to provoke the sacred mountain king, Yang Jing. However, there were too few people who knew Li Chongqing. They couldn't find any useful information. However, it was obvious that some people had begun to pay attention to Li Chongqing. At this moment, the crowd fell silent again. A golden palace descended from the sky and landed at the foot of the mountain. After the palace landed, Zhuo Juanhao and the people around him hurriedly went up to greet it. It was his master, Taoist Miadu. This golden palace was a spatial artifact that Taoist Miadu had obtained in his early years. It was also a symbol of his status. Not long after Taoist Miadu's appearance, the leaders of the various sects appeared one after another. Every time an 8th grade sect leader appeared, it would immediately cause a commotion. Although 9th grade sects were the top in this world, there were only 3 of them. 8th grade sects were already very impressive. Li Chongqing stood there calmly as he watched the leaders of the 8th level sects flatter him. He had thought that he might not be as invincible as he had been on Earth since he had stepped on the ancient path of the starry sky and arrived at a new place. But now, it seemed that this world was not a big deal. Look, Han Mu is here. The crowd, which had already been noisy, suddenly became excited and reached a peak. Han Mu, the sacred son of the Tianyuan sacred land, was the #1 expert among the younger generation in the central region. Although he had not competed with the other geniuses, it was rumored that he was the #1 expert among the younger generation. Li Chongqing turned his head and saw a figure in purple robes in the distant sky. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the sky. He didn't seem to have a powerful aura, but cultivators knew that it was not difficult to fly in the sky. However, every step he took in the air was as if he was stepping on the ground. This meant that his control of genuine qi had reached a terrifying level. Han Mu's temperament was just like his name. He gave people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. He was gentle and elegant, and his every move had a unique temperament. He always had a smile on his face. As soon as he appeared, many female disciples cheered. Li Chongqing looked at Yuan Chuxue, who was next to him. Unexpectedly, Yuan Chuxue did not show an infatuated expression like the other female disciples. Seeming to understand the meaning in Li Chongqing's eyes, Yuan Chuxue blushed slightly. I like how Shang Yinzhen shows off his abilities. He is too elegant. Of course, Han Mu is also an expert that I admire very much. He is the #1 expert among the younger generation. Some people say that he is very likely to be the first young expert to break through to the true immortal realm in hundreds of years. Chapter 854. Purple Qi from the East. Han Mu, dressed in purple, walked over step by step from the east and slowly landed at the foot of the mountain. His appearance was not very special, but even if he did not speak, he still made people feel comfortable. When he appeared, even the headmasters of several 8th grade sects saluted him from afar. It was not only because he was the sacred son of the Tianyuan sacred land, but also because they recognized his strength. In the next few days, all the major forces set up camp at the foot of the mountain. There were more than 1 million experts arriving. There was an endless crowd as far as the eye could see. There were only a few top experts in the Tiandu Star Zone, but there were too many middle and low-level cultivators. It was as if all of them were cultivators. Rumble! A large ship broke through the sea of clouds and made a loud noise. The violent primordial chi fluctuation attracted everyone's attention. Countless people looked up and saw a large sail fluttering in the sea of clouds. The black words, Tianyuan, were particularly eye-catching. On the bow of the large ship, a plain-colored figure stood proudly. Many people recognized him. He was the sacred master of the Tianyuan sacred land, Zhenren Fuding. When Zhenren Fuding appeared, Han Mu immediately went to greet him. After the large ship appeared, it did not land. Instead, it stopped in the air. A few minutes later, a giant sword and a cloud-shaped ritual implement appeared. It was the people of the Tai Sword sect and the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. The appearance of the 3 sacred lands at the same time meant that the battle between the good and evil was about to begin. Many people seemed to feel something and looked in the direction opposite Tiandu Peak. There seemed to be dark clouds in the sky. Obviously, on the other side, the people of the demon sect were also gathering. This battle will be the largest battle between the righteous and evil in the past 10,000 years. 6,000 years ago, our ancestors defeated the demon sect, and the righteous path ruled the world. If the demon sect wants to use this battle to regain their power, we will absolutely not allow it. On the other side, the demon sect has set up a great battle. There are a total of 810 layers. Each layer is guarded by a demon sect expert. What we need to do is to break all the arrays on the 810 layers and completely defeat the demon sect. Now, who is willing to go and break the formation? Stand up and receive the battle talisman. I will set up the God of War list here to record the number of people killed in this battle. Every time you kill someone, drip your blood on the battle talisman and it will be recorded on the God of War list. After this battle, rewards will be given according to the number of enemies killed and the number of stages cleared. The person at the top of the list will receive the title of Supreme God of War and enjoy the benefits of the 10 great ancient countries. As soon as the Sky Yuan Sacred Lord finished speaking, the crowd below started to boil. One had to know that the 3 great holy lands were only worshipped by a dozen or so ancient countries. This was equivalent to creating another holy land. However, after the excitement, many people began to ponder. This time, the 3 holy lands would naturally participate as well. When the time came, the first place would still belong to the 3 holy lands. However, the rewards after that would be equally plentiful. Next, those who are willing to participate, please come out to receive the battle talisman and record your name in the book. This battle is not something that can be completed overnight, so it will be divided into 3 groups. This will be the first group. As soon as Fu Ting finished speaking, someone stood out to receive the battle talisman. Most of the people who stood out were the younger generation and the sect masters of some small sections. The sect masters of the grade 8 sects were all calm. It seemed that they had reached a consensus before this. The younger generation would break the array in the first round, while the experts of the older generation would be responsible for dealing with the super experts of the demon sect at the back. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Let me do it. Yi Chen from the Starlight sect, Yi Feiguang from the Central region, and Shangguan Shui all stood out. Immediately after, Xing Xiaowang from the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, Shang Yanjin from the Tai Sword sect, and Han Mu also began to join the battle. Yuan Chuxue hesitated for a moment before standing out as well. Chuxue, it's very dangerous inside. Are you sure you want to participate? Li Chongqing looked at Yuan Chuxue and reminded her. The battle between the good and evil is the duty and responsibility of every orthodox disciple. Moreover, I've heard from my father that the demon sect has set up 810 layers of arrays. The guardians of the first few stages are relatively weak. The further you go, the more difficult it will be. I'm just at the periphery to train myself. Okay. Li Chongqing nodded. What about you, Chongqing? I'll go in and take a look too. Li Chongqing and Yuan Chuxue went to collect the battle talisman and stood in the preparation area. The demon sect is very cunning. Everyone, please be careful. I'll be here to keep an eye on the news of you killing the enemies. Sacred Lord Fu Ting waved his hand and his subordinates immediately served drinks. Let's finish the wine in our hands. Consider this as a farewell for all of you. Everyone picked up their big bowls and finished the wine in one gulp. Then, they smashed the bowls on the ground, causing a series of clattering sounds. Okay. The farewell wine has been drunk. Let's set off now. At the command, everyone who had collected the battle talisman followed the mountain path and stepped onto the sky capital peak. Xing Xiao Wang and the others even leaped up from the ground and reached the peak in an instant like a big bird. A few minutes later, the names on the God of War list started to flicker. There were already people who had stepped into the demon sect camp and started to kill the enemies. Li Chongqing followed the crowd and started to step onto the sky capital peak. The battle between the righteous and the evil in this world actually had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to see it for himself. The moment he stepped onto the sky capital peak, he looked down and saw an endless sea of clouds. Something under his feet was getting stronger and stronger. Many figures jumped down from the sky and entered the sea of clouds. Occasionally, through the gaps, he could see that there were many members of the demon sect below. Their killing intent was soaring. Chongqing, I'm going down too. Yuan Chuxue greeted Li Chongqing and stepped out. Then, she fell into the sea of clouds and was drowned by the crowd. The battlefield of the cultivators was even more magnificent than the war between two armies in ancient times. Waves of energy and sword radiance were everywhere. The dark clouds in the sky started to roll like the sea in a storm. Friend, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and go down. The battle between the righteous and the evil is also a good opportunity for a man to make a contribution. A young man said to Li Chongqing smugly. However, in the next second the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. An arrow pierced through the sea of clouds and penetrated the young man's throat. Even at the moment of his death, the young man still had a longing look on his face. Whoosh! Another flying arrow locked onto Li Chongqing. However, when it approached, Li Chongqing grabbed the arrow shaft and threw it on the ground casually. It seems that there must be a divine archer in the demon sect camp. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person shoot an arrow so far on Tiandu Peak? I'd like to see what's so great about the 810-layer array of the demon sect. Finally, Li Chongqing took a step forward and flew down from the top of Tiandu Peak like a big bird. The whistling sound of the wind rang in his ears. Soon, he passed through the sea of clouds and saw endless figures under his feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 flying arrows locked onto Li Chongqing. However, when they were within 10 meters of Li Chongqing, they were instantly shattered into pieces. Li Chongqing landed on the ground, but before he could even stabilize himself, several cold glints of light flew towards him. This was a chaotic battle between millions of people. The only difference between the righteous and evil was that every disciple of the righteous path had a battle talisman on their waist, while the demon sect disciples had a skull hanging on their neck. Kill! The battle cries shook the sky. The eyes of the demon sect disciples were filled with crazy killing intent. They looked at Li Chongqing with hatred. It seemed that the grudge between the righteous and evil had already penetrated deep into their bones. Li Chongqing wandered in the crowd with the mentality of a bystander. All the swords that slashed at him were easily broken by him. No enemy could get close to him within 10 meters. He was invulnerable. Chapter 855. On the other side of Tiandu Peak, the golden list was hanging high. Tens of thousands of names were flashing on it. Similarly, some names were dimming, indicating that they had died. The first name was Shang Yenjin from Tai Sword Sect. He had killed 2,000 enemies and was located in the first layer. He was followed by Han Mu from Tianyuan Sacred Ground and Xing Xiaowang from Purple Cloud Sacred Ground. The name Li Zhongshan was on the list. Everyone was in the first layer of the array. Li Chongqing was the only one who had not been killed. I didn't expect this guy to enter the battlefield. The Lord of Great Yu City noticed Li Chongqing's name. In fact, he was not the only one. Apart from the top 30 geniuses, Li Chongqing was the most eye-catching. This guy has been here for 10 minutes, but he hasn't killed anyone. It seems that he is not strong enough. He will be killed soon. Someone predicted. The Lord of Great Yu City did not say anything, but he did not agree. He had seen Li Chongqing kill the King of Sacred Mountain's deputy with his own eyes. There were no experts in the outer layer of the array. If Li Chongqing had stayed in the first layer, no one should have been able to hurt him. However, the Lord of Great Yu City was also puzzled. Since he had chosen to join the battle, he did not dare to attract attention. It was shameful that he had not killed anyone. The first name, Shang Yenjin, killed 5,000 people in the second layer. The second name, Han Mu, killed 4,000 people in the first layer. The third name, Xing Xiaowang, killed 4,000 people in the first layer. On the list, Shang Yenjin's column flickered. He was the first to break into the second layer, which caused exclamations. Shang Yenjin is so powerful. No wonder he is the sword cultivator with the best killing power. He beat Han Mu and Xing Xiaowang and was the first to break into the second layer. Han Mu and Xing Xiaowang are not bad either. They have killed more than 4,000 people. It seems that the top of the God of War list of the younger generation will be one of them. The last one hasn't moved yet. What's going on? Could it be that after entering the first layer, they found a secluded corner to hide? Otherwise, how could they not have killed a single person? Which sect is this Li Chongqing from? What a disgrace to the sect. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. In the sky, the three holy lords were also paying attention to the changes on the rankings board. Among them, the sacred lord of the Tianyuan sacred land, Fu Ting, also saw the last name. Which sect are they from? What a waste of my talisman. Half an hour later, Shang Yenjin reached the 10th floor, followed by Han Mu and Xing Xiaowang. More and more names dimmed on the list, but at the same time, the battle records of some geniuses became more and more dazzling. Shangguan Shui, the number 1 beauty from the east, had killed a total of 20,000 people. This Shangguan Shui is really something. He's already made it to the 9th level. His ranking is even higher than Yi Feiguang's, the number 1 prodigy of the East. Yi Chen, the sacred son of the Starlight sect, is also very strong. Although he's still in the 8th district, the number of people he's killed is already higher than Shangguan Shui's. He's definitely a killing god. This time, the battle between good and evil will be like a huge wave. A group of geniuses will definitely rise. Sure enough, disaster and opportunity coexist. Unlike the bustling crowd below, the sect masters of the other sects were more calm. They all looked at the list in the sky, and no one knew what they were thinking. The last one hasn't moved yet. He's still in the first layer. It seems that he's really a coward. While paying attention to the top 10 on the list, there were always people who inadvertently glanced at the last name. 98,000 Li Chongqing. First layer, 0 kills. The 0 was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, on the battlefield, Li Chongqing stood with his hands behind his back. He casually picked up some broken magic tools that had fallen on the ground. Although the magic tools were destroyed, some of the magic tools' materials were not bad. If they were extracted, they would be of great use. At the same time, he also picked up a lot of Qiankuan bags. Both sides were in a frenzy. They were focused on killing the enemy. Few people cared about picking up the spoils of war. Moreover, if they were slightly distracted, they might be killed by the enemy. On the other hand, Li Chongqing was strolling leisurely, as if he was on vacation. On a formation platform in the distance, a man in a red robe was quietly observing the battlefield. The demon sect had set up 810 layers of formations. A total of 980 commanders were responsible for the operation of each layer of formations. Most of these commanders were powerful, but they wouldn't easily participate in the battle. This was because once the commander died, the formation would be damaged. The people from the 3 Holy Lands are indeed powerful. If it weren't for the heavy responsibility of maintaining the formation, I would really like to go down and fight with that young man. I want to see if his sword skills are better than mine. The red-robed man held a broadsword in his hand. A sharp aura was emitted from his body. Lord Balrog, there's no need to be anxious. According to the Demon Lord's plan, as long as we lure the younger generation of the righteous faction into the depths of the formation, we will surround and annihilate them. Once these people die, it doesn't matter even if our demon sect loses this battle. After 100 years, the righteous faction will have no successor. The poor 3 Holy Lands have unknowingly fallen into the Demon Lord's trap. They want to let their young disciples gain experience and grow in the flames of war, but they don't know that they are ruining their own futures. Beside him, a young woman in tight clothes sneered. After such a long time, those righteous faction geniuses should have already entered the second layer. If it weren't for the sake of making the show more realistic, wouldn't it be easier to just take them down? My poor demon sect disciples. After this battle, I'm afraid that corpses will be littered everywhere. The Balrog said coldly. They should have all broken through. I'll instruct the people in the first layer of formations to stop and recuperate. The black-robed woman was about to turn around. Wait a minute. The red-robed man said in surprise. There seems to be another person. What is that person doing? Looking for spoils of war? Damn it. Get everyone to focus their attacks on him. Destroy him for me. Yes. The woman in tight clothes picked up the flag and waved it continuously. Soon, a dense crowd of people surged towards Li Chongqing's location. However, just as those people approached, Li Chongqing took a step forward and quickly rushed out of the encirclement. No one could hurt him at all. The red-robed man who witnessed all of this had a look of surprise in his eyes. No wonder he dares to pick up spoils of war. Turns out that he has a powerful movement technique. Since he is the only one left in the first layer, I'll go and meet him. After the red-robed man finished speaking, he flew down from the formation platform and sped towards Li Chongqing's location. For Lord Balrog to personally take action, this kid's death is worth it. The woman in tight clothes stood on the formation platform and monitored the entire formation on behalf of the red-robed man. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.